Okay. First, I want to just say thank you for everybody that's came out tonight. I am going to call this meeting to order. We will begin with the flag salute. And Donna, will you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Do we have any changes or additions to the consent agenda?
We do this evening. We would like to move Report 6B, retiree honorees, ahead of public comment this evening.
That sounds great. Motion?
I move that we move the honorees of, the honoring of the retirees to before public comment this evening.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries. And that will take us to the honorees.
No, I need to make a movement
sorry.
first that I move that we approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Thank you.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries. Now, we will go.
Now we get to honor some very special people this evening. We're gonna skip ahead. Just don't look. We'll come back to all those cool slides here in a moment. I would love Sharon Floyd, Dorothy Roth, and Jody Fontaine if you would come on up to the front, and then Luke LeCount, who's our Executive Director of Employee Services, and Kaylin Heath, our Assistant Director of Employee Services, if you would come on down to help us. Yeah. And they're going to be, we have some gifts for you. And we also are here to celebrate Jody McDonald and Tiffany Gould, who weren't able to join us this evening. But ladies, you all have given basically 30 or plus, in Jody Fontaine's case, 30 plus years of service to Ridgefield School District. And we are incredibly grateful that you chose to spend your entire career serving the children and families of Ridgefield. So big thank you to you. Let's give them a big round of applause. Take a picture. Yeah. We're gonna do a quick photo break, so don't go anywhere. Yes, yes. I know.
Go celebrate.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you again, everyone that came to celebrate our retirees, just a momentous occasion. And there is still cake and lemonade, so if you get parched or need a snack during the board meeting, please help yourself.
Very nice. Yep. Okay. So next we'll move into public comment, and I'm just going to read kind of conduct, and then we'll move into, I think we have 13 or so. Okay. So the board will conduct all board meetings in a civil, orderly, and businesslike manner, and recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of involving members in the public in its meetings. In order to permit fair and orderly expression of public comment, visitors may address the board on any topic within the scope of the board's responsibility. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. When called forward, individuals will identify themselves and any affiliation to the school district and proceed to make comments within the time limit. Speakers may offer objective criticism of district operations and programs, but the board will not hear any complaints concerning specific district personnel. The board does not respond to questions or challenges made during public comment period and will refer concerns to the appropriate district staff. The board requires the same standard of civility that the board imposes on itself. Thank you. With that,
Our first speaker tonight will be Michelle Hammond.
President Jones, Vice President Baker, board members Ronstadt, Farnsworth, and Bredstrand, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Michelle Hammond, and I am a social studies and English teacher at Ridgefield High School. This evening, you are being asked to approve selection and adoption of Character Strong to serve as our district's Foundations for Learning or Social Emotional Learning curriculum. For most of our other subjects, the curriculum is not standardized across all grade levels, and the curriculum review cycle specifically separates adoptions into elementary, middle, and high school grade bands. So when selecting an SEL curriculum, there should be willingness to choose different curriculum for different grade bands if that is what will best serve students. Especially when you consider that the elementary schools and high schools are operating under very different parameters when it comes to delivering SEL curriculum. Next year, elementary schools will have a teacher whose sole responsibility is delivering SEL lessons to students. At the high school, teachers are being asked to deliver these weekly lessons to a group of around 20 students on top of the 150 students we see across 5 periods every day of the week. We need something that works without a lot of preparation time, and this is not true of Character Strong materials. At last Tuesday's RHS staff meeting, there was a facilitated conversation about SEL curriculum where these sorts of concerns were shared. Administrators were taking notes, and I'm sure they would be willing to share the information that was gathered with you. At the last board meeting, you were given data from the staff feedback survey in response to this year's pilot. If you look at the results disaggregated by grade bands, you will see that at the high school grade band, staff satisfaction, ability to understand and implement lessons, materials being developmentally appropriate for students, confidence in facilitating lessons, positive student behaviors as a result of Character Strong, student engagement, and ability of students to apply lessons across school settings all scored quite low. This data clearly demonstrates that Character Strong curriculum is not working at Ridgefield High School. For what it's worth, it doesn't necessarily serve other high school students either. When I asked my oldest son, who is a student at Columbia River High School, about Character Strong and how it was used there, he said that his teachers from both freshman and sophomore years said, "Hey, we're supposed to be doing this, but I don't want to do it very much, and you wouldn't benefit much from it, so we're just not going to do it." And he believes that was true of the vast majority of classes at the school. At the last board meeting, I also know that some of the benefits that board members were discussing that come from social emotional learning include soft skills that will be helpful to students after graduation. In this year's 15-lesson Character Strong pilot, there were multiple lessons on purpose and empathy, but only 1 or 2 lessons were devoted to 21st century skills such as creativity, collaboration, flexibility, initiative, and social skills that students need to succeed in life after high school. We are regularly reminded of how our goal is to serve every student every day, and that happens best when we have the appropriate tools available to us.
Thank you, Michelle. Miles Fern.
Hi, I'm Miles Fern. Hi, I'm Miles Fern. Dear Ridgefield School Board, I think we should have more time to have art, PE, recess, and music because first, recess helps kids think, and if a kid had ADHD, it helps them get their energy out. Art is really good for kids' brains because they are thinking and are creative. Music helps kids learn how to play an instrument and helps them think. PE helps kids feel energized and healthy. This is why I think we should have more time for PE, art, recess, and music. Just like Martin Luther King Jr. said, I have a dream that someday kids will have more time for these things. Thank you for your time.
Angel Bird. Wendy Golden.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Golden, and I am reading public comment for an elementary classroom teacher who wishes to remain anonymous. As a teacher in Ridgefield, these are their words. As a teacher in Ridgefield with children in our schools, I continue to have concerns about the elementary schedule changes. I understand the district's desire to improve outcomes in reading, writing, and math. What I do not understand is why the solution has been to reduce instructional time in art, music, and PE, while adding an additional 60 minutes of specialist time each week in the form of science and foundations for learning, rather than finding ways to give classroom teachers more time with their students. What data is driving these decisions? Is it state testing, iReady, or another metric? If math achievement is a primary concern, then I would encourage us to focus on math. We have used the same elementary math curriculum since 2018. We have not had significant math-focused professional development in over a year. We lost our ESD-funded math coach. We are now losing instructional coaching support as well. As a teacher, I know that improving student outcomes requires investment in instruction, curriculum, coaching, and support for classroom teachers. I am also concerned about the decision to move social-emotional learning into a separate specialist model. We piloted Character Strong this year, and it has been a wonderful program. It is simple, effective, and designed to be taught by classroom teachers. It helps build classroom community and provides a common language for students, staff, and families. The classroom teacher is the person who knows the students best. We know which students are struggling, which families are facing challenges, and how to respond to the social-emotional needs of each child. A specialist serving hundreds of students simply cannot have that same depth of relationship. Character Strong takes approximately 30 minutes per week to teach. It can be effectively integrated into the classroom without reducing student access to art, music, and PE. Finally, I would ask that in the future, teachers and specialists be included earlier in conversations about major schedule changes. The people working directly with students every day have valuable perspectives on what children need and what is most likely to improve outcomes. I believe we all share the same goal. and that is providing the best possible education for Ridgefield students. I hope we continue looking for solutions that strengthen academics while preserving the programs that help our students thrive. Thank you for your time.
Megan Lacey.
I'm Megan Lacey, and I teach English at the high school. First, I share this board's commitment to strategic goal number 1, trust, transparency, and voice. I'm here because I believe in those values and because the Character Strong pilot is a concrete opportunity to measure how well we're living them. Our curriculum adoption process ensures curriculum materials are high quality and that we can implement them well. For Character Strong, we instead used what was called a pilot, and I'm concerned it hasn't ensured those things. We didn't use a rubric or other tools to evaluate the curriculum, nor were we asked for formal feedback about it at different points during the year. As far as staff know, students didn't contribute feedback. The only formal data from teachers was conducted once, at the end of our April 24 Tri-Day, after we had already been told we needed to learn to like Character Strong and that it wasn't going away. That's not a pilot. A pilot doesn't have a foregone conclusion. That Character Strong was not treated as a true pilot, though it was described as one, compromises trust and doesn't feel transparent. Additionally, we had implementation challenges. I'm thankful to our admin team for giving us a few minutes to discuss these at our final faculty meeting, and I hope that feedback has been shared with you. Among concerns raised, Character Strong was introduced as turnkey, but it isn't. It requires significant teacher prep to make it just manageable. On top of that, we compressed core classes, the preps for them, the passing times, to accommodate a 6th group of students. In trying to improve the social emotional experience of our students, we compromised the very conditions that make it possible. Students and teachers alike had more to do with less time to do it in. Finally, Character Strong isn't suited to teenagers. For example, Lesson 13 includes a middle-aged motivational speaker filmed in front of a glittering curtain whose central message is that a little nudge, like a small spaceship nudging an asteroid, is the secret to a meaningful life. High schoolers have finely tuned detectors for anything that feels performed or inauthentic. Character Strong doesn't open meaningful conversations about belonging or mental health. It makes it easy to treat these important topics as a joke. It's been a difficult year at the high school, as all of you have heard. I listened to the board and superintendent's comments from last session and found myself feeling both empathy and frustration. The pain of criticism, the sense that your intentions have been misunderstood, the weight of a difficult job. Student-facing teachers also know these feelings intimately. I'm hopeful that this feelings overlap could be a bridge, that those with decision-making power will work to understand with depth, humility, and clarity the daily experience of students and teachers. I hope you'll show your commitment to strategic goal number 1 by including more voices and information before proceeding with any high school SEL curriculum. Thank you.
Amanda Medina.
Good evening. I'd like to take the time to introduce myself to the board and the community present. My name is Amanda Medina. I'm the new president of the newly formed LULAC Council, North County, Council 47035. We serve the Hispanic Latino population in all North Clark County. If you're unfamiliar with LULAC, it stands for League of United Latin American Citizens. It is the oldest and largest Hispanic civil rights organizations in the United States. The purpose of our council is to advance the economic condition, educational attainment, political influence, housing, health, and civil rights of Hispanic Americans. And our council is committed to this. I'm also a parent of 3 kiddos in this school district, so we'll see each other. Our meetings are held the last Thursday of every month, 6 p.m. at the Ridgefield Public Library. We look forward to working together with you on very important issues of the next school year. Thank you for your time.
Sarah Dreiger.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Drager. I am a parent of 2 tater tots and a hash brown, and I'm also an active member of the Union Ridge PTO. I wanted to start by acknowledging something positive. Thank you for restoring recess time. That decision shows that you can listen, and I hope that continues tonight. I'd like to speak to the concept of equity versus equality. Equality is giving every student the same resource. Equity is giving every student what they need. The field trip survey to me revealed a troubling misunderstanding of this distinction. Restricting one school's walking field trips because another can't replicate the experience doesn't create fairness, it creates deprivation. If students at both schools achieve similar enrichment through different means, that is equity. Sameness is not fairness. Research from BYU and partners show that elementary students who participate in multiple cultural enriching field trips, such as museums, theaters, or symphonies, during a school year experience significant academic and social benefits. Contrary to the concern that taking students out of the classroom hurts academic performance, these students found that multiple field trips actually improved test scores, increased cultural conscientiousness, and reduced behavioral infractions. Field trips support SEL and improve classroom behavior. If adding enrichment through Foundations of Learning SEL is as important to the district as they claim, why are the benefits of field trips being disregarded? My main concern is this last year we have experienced in the school district what feels like a blatant disregard for any opinion that does not echo their own. Like many parents, I'm concerned for the lack of transparency and communication and that we have received from the district this year, and the unwillingness or inability to provide data, research, or educational materials that support the changes that they are making. On the proposed specialist schedule changes, I have attended multiple meetings and received different explanations every time. That it's to address teachers' concerns about their overwhelm, about responses to a public forum, a survey that did not exist, union reps, principals, and the answer changes every time depending on who is asked. What hasn't changed is that parents, teachers, and students have consistently not wanted these changes. So why is the district unwilling to go back to the drawing board or at least provide references for why these changes will benefit our students? I'll close with this, that families choose Ridgefield because of its unique culture, not because it looks like any other district. When the cost of living here outweighs the benefit of the education we receive, families will leave. A district that prioritizes student well-being over test scores will earn lasting trust.
Brian Vogel.
My name is Brian Vogel. I'm a PE teacher at Southridge and a parent. I'm reading a letter from one of my coworkers. My name is Angela Hudson, and I'm an SEL mentor. I am a strong supporter of public education because I believe public education opens doors. At its best, it creates opportunity, promotes equity, and ensures that every child has access to a well-rounded education. I also believe Ridgefield has always been a strong educational and arts community. That is why I'm very concerned about the changes being implemented next year. While I value social emotional learning and the opportunities it provides students, I cannot support changes that require children to lose instructional time in art, music, and PE. These programs are where kids thrive. I do not believe reducing access to these subjects supports student success. In fact, many of the highest performing education systems in the world recognize the importance of movement, creativity, and specialized instruction. They understand that learning is about more than test scores. It is about developing healthy, confident, and well-rounded children. Specialists are teachers. They bring expertise, passion, and unique learning experiences that many students cannot access anywhere else. Education is not a sprint, it is a marathon that spans decades. The true results of our decisions will not be seen next year. They will be seen when today's kindergartners become tomorrow's graduates. My concern is that these changes move us further away from the equity and opportunities that have made Ridgefield such a special place. I hope we will continue to prioritize a complete education for every child and preserve the programs that help our students thrive. Thank you. Can I have that last minute? Is that allowed?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to add a few things. Right now, K4 students receive about 74 art music classes a year, which over a K4 lifetime is about 370 classes. The new changes will reduce that to about 34 classes a year, which then becomes 170 over their K4 time. So that's over 200 classes less that they're receiving in that K4 span. I also don't think 45 minutes is developmentally appropriate for a 5- and 6-year-old to sit through an entire straight lesson. And if this was really about math scores, then intervention should follow recess. It should follow PE after those students have been active and their brains are stimulated and ready to learn, because that's what the research is showing. And those are the things, the questions that we've asked about what is the research that you're using to make these decisions, and we haven't been given any answers to that. Thank you.
Heather Fukuchi.
Good evening, afternoon. My name is Heather Fukuchi. I'm a parent of Sputter alumni, a community member, and I have been teaching elementary art for 26 years, 16 of those in Ridgefield. We keep hearing that change is hard. And yes, that can be true. As educators, we deal with change all the time. But what makes change hard is when the reasoning behind it doesn't make sense. Last week, I attended the middle school Pops concert. It is my favorite concert of the year because the kids are singing current songs and get to perform solos, duets, and small group numbers. They take risks. They really put themselves out there. The performances were truly amazing and brought me to both tears of laughter and joy. I recognized many of my former students on that stage. Two of my favorite performances were 3 boys singing My Little Buttercup, complete with a piano solo, and 8th grade choir singing Bohemian Rhapsody. As I sat there listening to the performances and looking at the packed audience, I couldn't help but wonder, what will things look like years from now when these students will have had 240 fewer music classes during their elementary years? What opportunities will be lost? What talents will go undiscovered? And how is that fair to students whose families don't have the ability to pay for private lessons, orchestra, camps, or other opportunities outside of school? School is often the only place where children have access to music, art, and physical education. I could also talk about the phenomenal art show Ridgefield puts on every year, or the many sporting events that bring families and communities together. These programs bring joy and pride to our families and our schools and our community. I understand the district's desire to improve outcomes in math. What I don't understand is why the only solution is to reduce instructional time in art, music, and PE. I don't understand why teachers were not included in the discussion. We don't even need to look at research. It's common sense that when students are engaged, connected, creative, active, and excited to come to school, they learn more. When I looked at those students on that stage last week, I saw confidence, creativity, courage, joy. Yes, change can be hard, but this change is hard because it doesn't make sense for our kids. Thank you.
Carrie Scythe.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Scythe, and I am the other PE teacher at Southridge Elementary, at least for the time being. I am here to advocate for the youngest of learners to not have their PE, music, and art time cut, but to be restored to their current levels. We're not asking for more. We're asking for it to stay the same for what it's been over the last 30 years. I have taught elementary PE for 18 years. I have a bachelor's degree in physical education and health, a master's degree in physical education, curriculum, and instruction, and devoted my entire professional career to teaching these little learners the foundational physical motor skills to succeed in a variety of sports and activities and to lead a healthy life. And yet, it was my position that was eliminated to serve the goals that we have all been talking about. The children, it's not about me, but it's about the children, and they deserve more than once a week of PE classes, art, music, all of those things. In my own world, I'm speaking of the physical education side of it. Why do we need more than once a week? Our muscles and bones and development, we work on a tear and repair cycle. You can't take 2 Pilates classes in one day and say that's your fitness, that's your exercise for the week. It's not appropriate to make a 5-year-old sit for 45 minutes and go through those lessons and not revisit that same skill for another 7 days at best. And if there's a day off or a Thanksgiving break, it's longer until they get more. The frequency, being reduced from twice a week to once a week, is not enough. Can you get health gains from only doing it once a week? Can you learn how to do a complicated, complex skill only practicing once a week? You can't. Our bodies are not built that way. Our brains are not built that way. I was here on the meeting where it was first announced, and the school board said, we have to look at data. And there's so much data about reports from the CDC, from this one here, that we have highest record ever of childhood obesity rates ever recorded. And it is said that 21.1% of American adolescents are between the ages of 2 to 19 are obese, not overweight, but obese. Physical education is fighting a battle.
Thank you, Carrie. Kim Keist.
Thank you again for receiving me at your board meeting. My name is Kim Keist. I am a grandmother and mother of a 2nd grader at Southridge. And I was the person who started the petition in order to allow the board and school district to be aware of the fact that we're not happy with the changes in the elementary school schedules. That's pretty obvious and evident by the number of people that are not only voicing their opinions here at the board meetings, but throughout the petition process. And we now have over 1,000 signatures, which includes some handwritten signatures on a petition. And I know you're probably not going to receive this from me, but we also have some handwritten petition signatures that were also completed. I'm not going to reiterate all the stuff that's been spoken by so many people about all of the information on how important it is for PE, art, and recess. But I just want you guys to think, to really think about how you can make a change in our students and continue to ask these questions. Of course, your role as a board is primarily fiscal, and that you vote on fiscal items and what you're going to approve and how much it's going to cost the district. where the role of the administration is to run the schools and to ensure that they're functioning and providing the best education possible for our students. So please ask yourself what research supports reducing music, PE, and art time to improve math achievement. Also ask yourself, since open science ed is not being adopted, what will be the new science specialist be teaching, and what will be the added cost, and what were already the cost that occurred by buying all the kits ahead of time for the other science program that is not going to be adopted. Why does Character Strong need to be a specialist class when it's developed to live in the classroom and should live in every classroom? The specialist classroom, everyone should have good communication skills. They need those communication skills when they go out and find a job, just like you had indicated last time. All of those skills are so needed, and they are incorporated into those times that they're at recess and PE and art and science, where they can actually interact. And why is the district spending nearly $85,000 on furniture, including fake logs and a fake fireplace, for our SEL classrooms while allocating only $10,000 for books in our library? Thank you.
Ryan Philbrook.
My name is Ryan Philbrook, and I'm a parent of several students in this district. I'm here to talk about Ridgefield School District's continued insistence on depriving elementary students of physical education and the arts. The press release regarding these issues on Parent Square last week and the FAQ section on the ridgefieldsd.org website continue a habit of being confusing and misleading. The district continues to insist that the elementary schools need to improve their math scores, yet it still refuses to answer what data it has that shows the elementary students are struggling so hard with math. At the bottom of the district FAQ on this subject, you encourage families to, quote, review academic performance data through the Washington State report card. I did review it, thank you. And the numbers that you linked were even better than what I had found on my own. They show that 79.5% of students at Southridge and 85.9% of students at Union Ridge show foundational grade level knowledge and skills or above. So saying that, quote, the district is focused on improving student outcomes, especially in mathematics, and then using that as the crux of your argument for cutting half of all PE and music classes baffles me. The FAQ asks, why move the instruction to specialists? But nowhere does that same FAQ explain that the school district is implementing the Character Strong curriculum in a manner that is, quote, not optimal according to the authors of that curriculum. Additionally, I've noticed that the science curriculum the district purchased for the 45-minute pullout class is now no longer even being adopted by the district. I've heard that this is because it's meant to be integrated into the other curriculum and not used as a 45-minute-a-week class. So that's 0 for 2 now on curriculums that the district has spent money on, hired instructors for, and completely rearranged the schedule for that aren't being used the way that they're supposed to be, if they're being used at all. How is that doing due diligence as the administration of this district? How is that being good stewards of taxpayer money? And that's not even accounting for the already mentioned $85 grand that the district is spending just on furniture for the SEL program. I was one of many that spoke out about the schedule changes last meeting, and the complete lack of empathy that was displayed in a majority of the comments afterwards was frankly appalling. To paraphrase an opposing viewpoint, in the face of low math scores, are we really talking about recess? Yes, we really are talking about recess, and music, and PE, and art. Because the school district's solution to improve math scores is to reduce time spent in the arts and PE and make new pullout classes for science and SEL. And that math doesn't add up. Thank you.
Jessica Rogers.
Hello, I'm Jessica Rogers. I am a parent volunteer and a substitute paraprofessional. The gift of being a parent is watching our kids do brave things. My son Miles spoke earlier, and just to add to his bit, he did gather 63 kid signatures on the playground for a petition for music, art, and PE. So I just had to add that in there. I want to thank Mr. Golden, Miss Sullins, and Miss Maya, the library substitute teacher, for encouraging him to do that, because I actually was not going to let him do that, but they persuaded me otherwise. I'm here today to discuss two things: what I've seen and our future. Our teachers are excellent. Seeing them in action, I've volunteered in plenty of classrooms to see SEL in action every single day. My kids are learning SEL in real time, not as a one-off lesson from someone who doesn't know them. Values are taught at home, and I learn how to teach good character from my church leaders personally. Our family values are non-negotiable. This new SEL program, it just isn't what I want for my kids, and I will exercise my right to opt out as a religious exemption. Music, art, PE, and library, those are art forms and disciplines of study, something I cannot teach at home. SEL is the school of life, something every parent, every teacher, and every staff person can teach because I've seen it in action. The value of a librarian being able to pick your favorite kids' book series, that's SEL. Knowing what's going to speak to them and knowing what's not going to speak to them. It seems that we will not have a full library program at the new school next year due to the funds being reallocated for SEL. If that is the case, if this is just about money, it's time to start flipping tables, proverbially speaking. I've always believed we're a community that values books, that values learning, education, music, art, and movement. One size does not fit all. So what will work for us?
That's everyone.
All right. Well, I do thank everybody that participated tonight in public comment. And at this point, we are going to move into the superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you. Up first, actually, this evening, we have two of our student leaders here to introduce themselves to the board. And so, ladies, if you would like to head on over to the microphone, we have Johnny Langley and Leah Kelsey, both from Ridgefield High School.
Thank you. Hello, our names are Johnny Langley and Lael Kelsey, and we are your new ASB President and Vice President of Ridgefield High School. Is it the next one? Yeah. Okay. We are here today to give a brief introduction of ourselves, as well as our goals and missions and aspirations for the 2026-2027 school year. Before we begin, we would like to extend and express our gratitude and appreciation to Superintendent Dr. Jenny Rodriguez, Board President Brett Jones, and the rest of the board for having us today. To begin, we would like to give an overview of us as individuals. Me and Lael are so excited to embark on this journey together. We are fortunate enough to call ourselves the best of friends and intend to use this shared consciousness to conduct ourselves in the most inclusive, team-oriented manner possible going into the new school year. I'm enrolling in my second year at Ridgefield High School, initially coming from Hudson's Bay, and I'm continuing in my fourth and final year of student government. I'm involved in track and field for the high school, as well as numerous AP classes, and intend to take my educational efforts post-high school to Montana State, where I will study political science with hopes to focus on emissary work for the U.S. I have endless amounts of passion and perseverance and cannot begin to express how excited I am to continue to provide light and excitement to our everyday school experiences. I'm continuing my 4th year of student government at Ridgefield, and I'm a part of the track and field team and cheer team for the high school. After I graduate, I'm planning on getting my real estate license while attending Clark and getting my elementary teaching degree. Myself, along with Johnny, are both so excited to hold such an influential role in representing our school. As your ASB representatives, our primary focus is enhancing our overall student experience and improving our school culture. We aim to collaborate with staff on accessible, student-led resource initiatives that support classroom success. Along this, we plan to elevate school experience through engaging community events, ensuring every student feels both motivated to achieve and proud of our school. When students feel supported academically and connected to their peers, the entire school thrives. True school spirit is more than slapping on a spud on a shirt or showing up to the last football game of the season. It's about building community where every student feels seen and capable of succeeding. We want to help create an environment where every student feels inspired to show up, plug in, and reach their full potential. To achieve this, we will amplify student voices through feedback forums and bridge communication gaps between students, staff, and the board. We also plan to design inclusive events, spirit weeks, and assemblies that celebrate our diverse communities. By partnering closely with our peers, we will build a supportive, unified culture where every student feels welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies, will you both be doing our ASB updates next year?
I will.
Okay, wonderful. We look forward to it. Okay, and next we have one of our annual school reports. Joining us this evening is Principal Susan Smith from Wisdom Ridge Academy. And I know we have some of our Wisdom Ridge staff here, so thank you for being here this evening. And we are excited to learn about what you and the crew have been up to, Principal Smith, over the last year at Wisdom Ridge.
We've been up to all kinds of things over there in our little world. First of all, good evening, Dr. Rodriguez, President Jones, distinguished members of the school board. As noted, my name is Susan Smith, and I have the honor of serving as the principal at Wisdom Ridge Academy, Ridgefield School District's alternative learning experience school. Upon joining Wisdom Ridge, I found a small but very successful multi-district online program that was dedicated to supporting individual students. While I do have a strong background in alternative learning, it was important for me to take the time to learn our Accelerate Education platform, as well as unique routines at Wisdom Ridge. This hands-on approach allowed me to collaborate with staff, ensuring that we aligned rapidly as a cohesive team. With that team foundation in mind, we began the school year by analyzing our mission statement to ensure a shared understanding. Our faculty referred to this document, routinely reflecting on and adjusting it throughout the school year. Most recently in April, we collectively updated it to more accurately reflect the heart of our school and our commitment. It currently reads, Wisdom Ridge Academy partners with families to collaboratively create individually tailored educational pathways for each student, ensuring academic excellence and empowering them with skills for lifelong success. My personal belief is that this is a guiding statement, but it's also a living statement, and we'll continue to refine and adjust it as we grow Wisdom Ridge. See if I can figure out your buttons. Oh, wrong way. Don't worry. Your children are safe with me. It's fine. It's an online school. Prior to this year, our school had not implemented a leadership team, but midway through the year, I felt like I had developed a solid enough working relationship and understanding of each staff member to implement a building leadership team. Although virtually anyone in the building was qualified as a candidate, I identified Stephanie Colantino to serve as the representative for our high school. Victoria Cox represents our K-8 students, and Gina Anderson serves as our classified team member. As a K-12, it's important that we represent all grade levels as well as our classified staff as well. I did it. These are our current demographics via OSPI. As we continue growing our program, I'm excited to monitor this data and watch for any trends or areas that may need more intentional focus. For me, it's important to ensure that we are accessible to all students. So we all know education has their acronyms, of course not to be left out. ALE, Alternative Learning, wants to have their own version. So we're going to do a little pre-teaching tonight. Before I start my presentation, I want to share with you some of the acronyms that you'll likely hear me use. So ALE, you've probably already heard, stands for Alternative Learning Experience. Wisdom Ridge is an alternative learning experience school. WSLP, that is a written student learning plan. Each student at Wisdom Ridge or any other ALE is required to have their very own individual learning plan. An MRP is a monthly review of progress. This is a monthly assessment required for each student that's enrolled. The information is part of our regular communication with parents about their child's progress at Wisdom Ridge. SAT and UNSAT. It's short for satisfactory and unsatisfactory. I'm sure you wouldn't have figured that one out. But it's one of the 2 earned rating assessments that teachers are required to provide to each student at the end of every month. Intervention is one of 4 required supports that we have to put into place to intervene when a student has been assessed as unsatisfactory. Weekly contact is our required touch point between staff and students. It needs to be focused around academics, but the method varies based on the type of program students are in. It's an ALE version of attendance. FTE stands for full-time enrollment, and it defines what percentage of a student's enrollment is attached to the school or schools that are serving the student. We can share students. We don't need them to be 100% at Wisdom Ridge, but if they are full-time at Wisdom Ridge, the expectation and requirement is that they work 27.75 hours minimum per week. And the last one is intent to homeschool. This is required. It's a document that families that are going to be enrolled for less than 80% need to file with the school district, and it is also reported to the state. All right. So what's an ALE? I'm so glad you asked. I love to talk about it. Let me share a few things. An ALE is actually a public school. We are a course designation, which means we offer courses outside of the traditional classroom setting. We'll talk more about that in the next slide to tell you what type of designations we offer. We're a different funding model. Our neighborhood comprehensive schools are based on seats or attendance. We are based on each student's written student learning plan. So the 3 types of designations that can be offered in an alternative learning experience school are first, online, which is what most people know us for. What that means is 50% of the course is delivered electronically, and more than 50% of the teaching is done remotely. In-person or site-based includes a requirement of in-person instructional contact, as well as in-person weekly contact. We have that now currently in our new Ridge Connect program. And remote is the 3rd type. There is no requirement for in-person instruction contact. In fact, textbooks and paper materials are shipped to families. Instruction is on paper. The student completes it all remotely and then returns it to the teacher. Weekly contact is done remotely, electronically, and everything is returned to the teacher at the end of the school year. We don't have that currently. We are using 2 of these course designations, online and in person. So let's take a look at online. We use a learning management platform called Accelerate Education. We provide self-contained courses to kindergarten through 12th grade students. All of our K-8 courses are overseen by Ridgefield School District teachers. Currently, all of our high school English language arts courses and one of our science high school courses are overseen by Ridgefield School District teachers. But next year, we're expanding that so all high school English language arts, science, and math courses will have a Ridgefield School District teacher. A constant for all 3 course designations is ensuring compliance and funding. To accomplish this, the 3 components that are required are first, the Written Student Learning Plan, the WSLP, weekly contact with each student, and lastly, a monthly review of progress with each student and parent. On a side note, students who are accessing learning exclusively through our online model can have their weekly check-ins completed electronically. There are several ways to do that, but currently our teachers use a check-in tool with their students that assess how they're doing academically, but also social and emotionally. Because students are at home working, possibly in isolation, and our staff feel a strong need to ensure that their students are safe and connected to an adult. Our teachers also have optional in-person support and regular online support via Zoom. Before we go into our second course designation, which is in person, I want to give you a little background about the community that often engages with alternative learning experience schools. There has been a long-standing chasm between public education and homeschool families. This chasm seemed to only widen after COVID. I think we could spend countless hours reviewing data and anecdotal information about why this divide exists and continues, but regardless, statistics show it is a reality. Homeschool trends remain consistent. This table shows you the amount of students and families in the Ridgefield, Vancouver, and Evergreen school districts that have opted out of public school in favor of homeschooling. There are large numbers of families saying, we just want to do things differently. In Ridgefield School District alone, 179 students are receiving their education at home through their parents. The numbers for Vancouver and Evergreen, obviously much bigger districts, are staggering. Statewide, post-pandemic, homeschool enrollment is 43% higher than pre-pandemic. But families are also sending an additional message through their enrollment in private schools. Nearly 10% of students in Clark County are enrolled in private schools, and this is also not a new trend. Over the past 4 years, state data shows that private school attendance increased 22% in Clark County alone, 11% statewide. When you consider that the average cost for annual tuition is $12,000 plus versus no cost at a neighborhood school, at a time when gas prices are $5+ a gallon, grocery prices seem to go up every day, and kids outgrow their clothing faster than you can tear the tags off, this is a powerful statement from families. My experience partnering with these families that have chosen a different educational path has shown me that whether it's homeschool or private school, these families want what's best for their child. I have seen their passion, their desire to ensure their child's success, and their individual commitment to this process. I have had families share with me their stories of individual and family sacrifices that they have made to create a way for one of the parents to stay home or to team up with a grandparent, an aunt, an uncle, or a neighbor. The list goes on and on. But the common thread is that what these families want is what's best for their student. And now, more than ever, they want to partner with us, their local school district. They just need an opportunity to build trust and to work collaboratively with us. So now that I've given you a little bit of the background, let's talk about our in-person offering, Ridge Connect. After starting at Wisdom Ridge last spring and summer, I had the chance to begin meeting with local families. Word of my arrival had spread quickly through the homeschool community due to connections of our local families that were driving to a neighborhood district to access a homeschool partnership. The consistent theme in the conversations was this: can you help us? It was very clear very quickly that we have families locally that are choosing to homeschool their children, but also very clear that they want to make sure they're doing it right. They don't want to leave their community to get help, but they don't want to give up the opportunity to spend more time educating their own children. They want to partner with us. After a steady stream of parents who were hopeful that my principalship could be the beginnings of this partnership, I met with Dr. Rodriguez and shared my findings. Thanks to her flexibility, her insight, support, and desire to serve all students in the Ridgefield School District, we were able to pivot and launch our Ridge Connect program shortly after the beginning of the school year. Ridge Connect is a homeschool partnership where families can continue to homeschool their children, but they meet weekly with a certificated teacher at Wisdom Ridge for support and for guidance. Our new Ridge Connect teacher not only worked in an alternative learning parent partnership school, but she homeschooled her own children while working full-time as a teacher. She understands the complexity of what these parents are facing and also understands their passion and desire to be involved with their child's learning. So through this new model, students and parents meet weekly with their teacher, who not only monitors the students' learning, but coaches the parents on how to teach their child, assess how they were performing, and empower them to think outside of the box as a co-teacher with their Wisdom Ridge teacher. Thanks to the addition of Ridge Connect, after the support of our district leadership, building partnerships with homeschool families, as well as collaborating with my colleagues in the comprehensive schools, we have truly been leveraging the flex of our flexible learning environment to creatively think outside of the box to support students. This table shows you our growth trends September last year to September this year, as well as February last year and February this year. As you can see, our schools experienced a 24% increase at mid-year, and currently 44 of our students are new to the Ridgefield School District. I'd like to pivot away from that for a minute and talk about our school improvement plan. Because we have been exclusively an online school, getting students to come into the building to test has been a challenge. Knowing this is an important aspect of data collection, and I wanted to start tackling that as a team. Families that have chosen online school have made an intentional decision to distance themselves from a building. So I wanted to make sure they understood the why behind testing specifically on campus. So just like with our students, if parents understand the why behind a request, they are more likely to engage in the request. To address this, we incorporated a targeted goal in our school improvement plan, increasing on-campus participation for iReady testing. Consistently assessing the same students in the fall, winter, and spring provides us with a significantly clearer data-driven picture of individual student growth over time. We started building-wide communication on iReady, and I likened it to a diagnostic or checkup for your child. Moms, parents, guardians take their children in for a well child checkup without hesitation. They do this not because something's wrong, they do it as preventative. It's a tool to measure the child's annual growth, get vaccinations. If something isn't growing or trending as normal, we can diagnose it quickly and treat it. By framing iReady as a diagnostic learning checkup, we helped families understand how this assessment pinpoints a student's academic needs and allows our teachers to customize instruction accordingly. Using that as our why, you can see our growth in students that responded to our request and came in for an iReady diagnostic. Although this is just scratching the surface, I know that by building trust and transparency with our families, we can continue to see this type of success with our future diagnostic and assessments. Sorry, gotta get a drink. My mouth is dry. So, based on our fall iReady results and collaboration during our professional learning team time, we identified 8th grade math as a key area for growth. Recognizing the need for targeted intervention, we established a dedicated school improvement plan goal to support this specific cohort. Our middle school teacher began relentless and consistent communication, they like to call it nagging, with families about their child's math performance. When she saw evidence that the students were struggling with the online platform, she required students to attend support sessions. If students were doing work in their preferred courses, such as health, game design, but not accessing their math courses, The teacher and I met with the student and the family to let them know that their student had to be demonstrating satisfactory progress in all courses, not just the fun ones. Again, we worked to clearly articulate the why behind our concerns and requests. Based on our collective work, we were able to increase our fall to winter math iReady scores from an abysmal 20% of our 8th grade students performing at grade level or 1 grade level below, 3 kids, to 59% of our 8th grade students performing at grade level or 1 grade level below, which was 8 kids. I realize this is a small sample size and certainly not where we need to be, but it felt like as a team we were finally moving the ball down the field. So let's talk a little bit about our professional learning teams. Professional learning teams is an area of deep personal passion for me, and I'm incredibly proud of our staff's collaborative growth. As a K-12 school with a small staff, our teachers naturally function as singletons, meaning each teacher essentially acts as their own department. Unlike larger schools with dedicated same grade or same subject teams, our structure is entirely unique. Meeting with each staff member before the school year began, I realized that an overemphasis on these individual differences had inadvertently created isolated professional silos. I recognized the need to break down those barriers, realign our focus, and start fresh to build a cohesive team. I was able to attend the Solution Tree Conference in Seattle and focusing heavily on strategies to support singletons. I went to the session twice. By implementing these new activities and frameworks, we successfully demystified the Singleton Challenge and mapped out a clear pathway for collaboration. We demonstrated that despite our diverse instructional roles, fundamental similarities always connect our work. To complement this framework, I provided structured opportunities for staff to share their individual learning styles, communication preferences, and core values. Admittedly, the team likely experienced some self-reflection fatigue. They're rolling their eyes at me. But being the true professionals they are, they truly committed to the process. And together, we have successfully built a highly functional, student-centered team. This newly unified team collaborated to develop a school-wide student-focused learning goal, tailoring it precisely to meet the unique needs of each grade level. For instance, while our kindergarten teacher designed a visual SMART goal rubric tailored for early learners, picture smiley faces, our high school teachers utilized much more direct language to communicate with hers. Despite their vastly different instructional environments, the team executed this alignment brilliantly. The resulting data was incredibly encouraging and provided a massive boost to our morale. Seeing the entire staff come together to present their final reflections and data was a truly profound moment that honestly brought tears to my eyes. I couldn't have picked a better theme for the 25-26 school year. Together we build perfectly describes the spirit of Wisdom Ridge. As educators, we have chosen a profession that allows us to shape the future through our students. It's an honor and a privilege that we must always keep at the forefront of our work. As an ALE, we have the unique ability to remain flexible, and we should always leverage that flexibility for our students. My staff knows that whenever we make decisions regarding growth, change, or student support, my guiding question will always be, what is best for the student? Based on family and staff surveys, as well as student performance data, we have translated our long-term vision into an actionable blueprint for next year. For example, we'll relaunch our CAPS program, Innovation Ridge, for 11th and 12th grade students. We were fortunate enough to hire an exceptional school counselor who also holds a CTE endorsement. This allowed us CTE classes, but also adding critical counseling support for our rapidly growing population, representing a massive win for Wisdom Ridge students. We'll also be introducing in-person hybrid math courses next year, launching for high school in the first semester and middle school students in the second semester. This is a critical component to ensure our students develop the essential math skills they need. Consequently, all of our core high school content will be managed by a Ridgefield School District certificated staff member who is available on campus to directly support students, representing another significant milestone for our community. Finally, I shared with our staff that we would truly know we had begun to bridge the divide with our local homeschool families when word of mouth spread through their networks. That has begun to happen. Many of the families currently seeking enrollment for next year are coming directly from local homeschool co-ops and consortiums. We're honored that they're trusting us as their partners. So, before we get to questions, let me just quickly thank you, the board, our district leadership, our superintendent, for your ongoing support of Wisdom Ridge and for myself personally. It has been an honor to be part of this incredible community serving the students and the families of Ridgefield. I'd also like to express my deepest gratitude to my support team. I got at least a couple of staff members, 2 or 3, yep, and I got peers here from Wisdom Ridge, and to my family. Some of them are here. You hear them, my 2-year-old grandson crying. And then there's others at home watching on Zoom. The unwavering belief of all of these teammates in my leadership has been foundational to our school's success, and I'm profoundly grateful to all of you. And that's it. What questions can I answer for you?
Well, I will start. Not necessarily a question, but, a comment like COVID was the birth of Wisdom Ridge, and I would say the best thing that came out of that whole time frame. So at the beginning, I was concerned because it was foreign to me, and I was worried that kids would slip through the cracks. And I was assured that no, there's check-ins and there's parent accountability, and I have seen that is the process, and it seems to be working, because normal school is not for every person to learn, and for you to be able to create that environment doesn't allow the kids to kind of fall away. So I appreciate that. And then, adopting the Ridge Connect, I think was just a monumental move to be able to team with homeschool families. I think it's a great partnership and another way to just embrace them in the Ridgefield community. So thank you to those efforts. Appreciate it.
Thank you to you. Appreciate that, President Jones.
Susan, thank you so much for your presentation. I feel like we won a little jackpot getting you at our school district, and I just feel like from what I've heard, things are going really well with the Wisdom Ridge program and the growth that you're seeing and that you're leading, so thank you so much. I live next door to a homeschool co-op at the farm next door to mine, and I know just there are all different ways that families want to do education. So I love that there's an option to partner with our public school system. That's fantastic to know that is going well. I have a couple of questions. Oh, another celebration. I want to say thank you for the iReady metaphor of like a checkup, right?
Oh, you're welcome.
I think last time we heard from Wisdom Ridge, I had some questions about how are we, can we do any apples to apples at all with our students in the spirit of not having kids slip through, right? Making sure that we're looking carefully at the programming. So that seems like a great win to be partnering with folks to come in, and I look forward to being able to see some of those numbers too.
Thank you.
You get them. So again, I am somebody who does not invest everything in test scores, but I do see that as a system-wide, it is good to be able to have flags if there are places for us to put some extra attention. I'm curious about the enrollment numbers and how much of that enrollment increase is from within district families and from out of district families. I remember when I was just a parent, not on the school board, that there was some conversation around Wisdom Ridge being open to anyone in the state of Washington. I'm curious how that's
if that's what's happening there, really,
Yeah.
is my first question.
That's a great question. We are licensed as a multi-district online school, which is really hard to get. So gratitude to the people that were here at Wisdom Ridge before me, because that is a rigorous process. So kudos to everyone that accomplished that. So yes, we can have students from around the state that enroll in the online program. The in-person is a little different. I would say, I don't have the exact numbers, but of the 44, and I think it's actually maybe a couple more now, students that are currently enrolled, some of them are current Ridgefield families that were not engaged in school. So they were homeschool families that had done intent to homeschools that now are engaged with us. We have homeschool families from La Center, we've got homeschool families from Vancouver, and we have homeschool families from Battleground that are all coming to us to partnership with us. And they're looking forward to our in-person offerings next year that we'll have, which will be a little more of a hybrid option, but we'll still continue to focus heavily on that homeschool piece.
And I think follow-up question to that, as and this is just through anecdotal peer networks, as neighboring districts have not been able to pass levies and are having to cut a substantial amount of extracurricular programming, are you seeing more people coming to do Wisdom Ridge and then be able to enroll in our extracurriculars, particularly at the middle school level? I'm curious about student athletes.
Yes, I know right now I've got 3 families from a neighboring district that are coming to us. They want to do Ridge Connect, but they also want to do the middle school sports. So I can tell you 3, that isn't even anecdotal, that is accurate. We've seen some families come to us. I will say that even with the budget cuts in our neighboring districts, the ALE programs are not taking cuts, they're taking changes of staff. Like people with less seniority are being riffed and other people are being moved in, but the programs themselves remain intact. But we are seeing families that weren't embedded yet into the culture of those schools that live here locally that want to come and embrace our school and step into our culture. So in terms of the people that are already from Ridgefield engaged in those other schools, I don't think we may or may not get them back because they've got a community there. But our families here that are on the fence and wondering what they want to do, we want to give them an option here. They don't need to drive. We can do it here.
Thank you.
I think I wandered off on that. Sorry,
No,
Director.
I think I hear what you're saying. I think my main question was, do we have a large number of families who live in other school districts that are coming to in via Wisdom Ridge? And I think my understanding was that it's just open to everybody no matter what. And I'm hearing there's a difference a little bit between the online program and the in-person classes. So that clarified that for me.
Okay, thank you.
Susan, thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
You brought an energy and some education tonight that I think Wisdom Ridge has been long deserving of. I think there's a lot of perceptions or assumptions of what our ALE model in this district is, and I think you brought a lot to light to how strong it is and can continue to be.
Thank you, Jim.
I'd hope you could just speak briefly, like, what's your 5-year roadmap for where you want to see this campus that you have such a young infant campus to mold into something continuing to be very special? What do you envision 5 years from now?
Well, I have a 5-year plan that I can talk about, and then I have a 5-year plan that I have to contain.
Fair. Share what you can.
I want to be able to meet the needs of all of the students in our community. We have, next year, I really want to focus on getting the hybrid, the in-person offerings for our K-6 students. Then the following year, really trying to expand that to middle school. I couldn't do it all in 1 year. So in year 3, so my year 3, I'd like to have offerings also for middle school. I have to really be cautious because I'm in the constraints of a building size that I can only house so much. And we can really practice flexibility in moving people around and really maximizing the space. But I do need to be cautious. But I would love to get open doors here with us at Wisdom Ridge, we can serve those students. I hate to see students that have not managed to graduate from Ridgefield High School going to ESD when I can take care of them. Let me do that. I'd like to be able to have more of for 11th and 12th graders, more of a condensed curriculum for students that are going into 11th and 12th grade, but they really don't even have any credits. Those are students that are likely to end up in an open doors. I'm working to develop some curriculum for them that is condensed and consolidated so that we can get them through high school and still walk them across our stage. I would like to continue to grow the Ridge Connect program. Right now, my main teacher is only part-time and she prefers to stay part-time. We were able to access some of our other teachers this year, Mrs. Cox, who my family's here know Mrs. Cox, who's lovely, but she will be doing more in-person next year, so she won't be doing Ridge Connect. So I do want to continue to grow Ridge Connect because as the homeschool families start to see that we authentically want to support them and we authentically care about them, that will just continue to grow. So does that help a little bit? Donna, can I thank you first for sporting all of your Wisdom Ridge swag? She's got her owl ring on and her Wisdom Ridge shirt. I was feeling super at home. Thank you.
Well, I really enjoyed graduation the other night.
Oh.
Yep, your speech was very, very spot on and very moving.
Thank you.
I did have a question about the full remote. Is that something that you have plans to do, or is that just not?
It is. It's something we have plans to do. Technically, I could even do it midway through the year next year because at least one of my teachers coming in that we've hired is capable of doing the remote program, but it's remote of maybe 1 or 2 classes. It's not an entire 6 classes, so you've got all high school credits attached to it. Full remote, we're probably a couple years out from that because I do need to have enough certificated staff to manage that and to develop the curriculum and have it ready to just mail out. Right now, technology is such a key piece of what we do, but when you consider remote, there is no technology. It takes a little more planning and effort, but we do want to have that, but it's probably maybe year 4.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I also wanted to thank you for just stepping into this role and building it and having a vision. It's great to see that you have such a grand plan.
Thank you.
I've heard great things about you through the years, and it's exciting to see the way that you've grown the Ridge Connect. I know that anecdotally I've talked to a lot of people that fits so well for so many families. I was curious about, you said that you do the iReady testing for both language arts and math. Are we going to be able to see the ELA scores at some point, just so we can?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'd be happy to pull all those together for you, 100%. And if I can brag just a little bit in that same vein, on my high school team, we were determined this year to get as many, if not all, of our high school students in for SBA testing. It can be really difficult, especially when a lot of our students are shared with the high school. I've got the high school up there trying to get the kids in, and we're trying to get the kids in, and their Running Start and their Cascadia Tech, they're all over the place. But man, Mrs. Colantino and the high school team just doubled down, and I think last heard I only had one high school student that ghosted us on WACAS. Other than that, we had everybody in, or they did a refusal form, so it was huge. But yes, in terms of iReady data, we'd be happy to share that.
Yeah, we want to celebrate because
Thank
we
you.
know that it's going to be growing, so we want to see the change, and so we can share in that with you.
Thank you.
I was also, I've never heard of open doors before. So is that can you tell me a couple different things?
Yeah.
A little bit about that, and then what does the hybrid look like for the K through 6? Can you talk a little bit about what that's going to look like?
Yeah. Open Doors, if I can just talk briefly, it's a program where students are required to go once a week for 2 hours and meet with a teacher, and they can do the curriculum online, but they basically get through the process to take their GED test. So we want to be able to do that here in-house. Most of those students are already disenfranchised from the school system. A lot of those students are not very trusting, so it's important that you have the right people that are working with them, or they won't even get their GED. So I feel like we are prepped and ready with the right team to support those kids. So that's kind of a nutshell of what that is. In terms of the hybrid program, thank you. So we don't do single grade programs in alternative learning. I mean, we could, but I don't. I prefer mixed grade levels because it allows students to work together. And if you have kindergarten and first grade together, you'll have some first graders that may have some kindergarten level skills, and you'll have some kindergartners that may have first grade level skills, and nobody ever really knows who's what grade or what, and you can just, as a teacher, you can put them together and just have them work simultaneously in groups where everybody feels successful. But our in-person program will be a K-1 program and a 2-3 program and a 4-6 program. The K-1s will come in for 2 hours twice a week, either Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday. And the 2-3s will come in for 2 hours, either Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday. We are planning to have 2 different cohorts, and the same for the 4-6. So my teacher that is working with the kids, when they're on campus, they'll have core instruction, so maybe on math, science, and English language arts. So the teacher will be instructing them while they're on campus in those subjects. But then the teacher is also responsible to prepare and to ensure that work continues at home, because they're only with us 30 to 40% of the time, but they're full-time students, so we need to ensure their learning is continuing when they're home. So we'll provide that work, plus we can give them the curriculum to support the subjects that we don't cover when they're on campus: PE, health, social studies, whatever is left that isn't part of that program time when they're on campus. So they're still homeschooling, but now they're on campus for about 4 hours a week working with the teacher. So they're developing some of those more social relationships, and then they continue to homeschool with their parents.
So that's through the Ridge Connect program, those students that are doing hybrid, or is that through Wisdom Ridge?
It's separate. So it's Wisdom Ridge. Ridge Connect is a piece of it. The hybrid programs, or hybrid classes, we're just calling programs, but it's just still part of Wisdom Ridge. And then there's the online piece that's also part of
It's
the
like
Wisdom Ridge roof.
going to a potluck and you have a plate.
Yeah.
So you can have some macaroni salad, and you could have a little potato salad and get a big piece of cake. Right?
Options are us.
Yeah, and so it's a blend. You're not a Wisdom Ridge or a Ridge Connect. You're a Wisdom Ridge student, but your program of study could incorporate a lot of different things.
Yep. Whatever is best for the student and for the family, if we've got the ability to flex, we'll flex into that. So,
one more question. I know you had mentioned that you use some of the curriculum or all of the curriculum from the school district. And is Character Strong part of your curriculum that you use? I know we spoke a little bit about your history with Character Strong and how much you enjoy that program.
We have not we haven't used it this year. We could have. We weren't part of the pilot. Character Strong, I've worked with it in an ALE setting, and it can be very, very helpful. It's challenging because when you only have 4 hours a week with a student, and you've got specific things that you are teaching them, it really becomes more of their at-home learning subject, which I personally love. I think how powerful is it that we're sending these lessons that are building students' characters home with their families. Here's a character dare for you to do with your family. Who's going to hold the door open for who this week? There's cool things like that you can do. We did not do it this year. There was only so many things I could tackle this first year, but I would love to have my team take a look at the curriculum next year and find ways to use it in our at-home learning with our families, because it's very valuable and helpful, and there's a lot of things that families will benefit from as well. So, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think I concur that we hit the jackpot. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thank you. I hit the jackpot. This is a great place. Any other questions?
Thank you, Susan. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Smith. And again, thank you to our Wisdom Ridge staff that came out. And Susan has a whole cheering section that came with her tonight. So happy to have everyone here. Okay, we have a couple more updates for this evening. As we've been doing all year long, capital projects update. So here's a current picture as of yesterday over at our new Sunset Elementary. The link is at the bottom. Of course, folks can go and see live footage anytime. It's exciting to just continue to see things happening around the site. You can't tell in this picture, but a lot of the parking lot, like the curbing is in, and in the back of the building, the playground is starting to go in, and there's just a lot happening on the site. You can't see most of it because the building is right there in front of the camera, but it will be available soon for everybody to see. We got to do something super special and fun last week on Friday after school. We arranged with K-Whirl, who provides our transportation service. I requested one of our new electric buses so that everybody could have a chance to ride that. And thank you to Principal Graves, Assistant Principal Goad, and Perla Haug, Secretary Extraordinaire, for helping kind of count all the people and make sure we were ready. So we broke out all of our safety vests from our giant safety kit. So they're officially, we know they're there and they work. We had 41 staff and one superintendent on the bus with our bus driver, and we took a trip over to New Sunset Ridge. Friday afternoon is probably the quietest that it is on the construction site, other than like on a Sunday. So we were able to tour the site, including the playground space in the back, so you can see the picture. Everybody wanted to get their picture with the coyote, the yet-to-be-named coyote, so we're pretty excited about that. And it was just a lot of fun to see teachers taking their picture with their new classroom or pointing to it from outside. They all had maps, so they were figuring out exactly who's my neighbor and who's going to be where and how are we going to do this or that. And so it was just lots of smiles, lots of excitement to see where the progress has happened on the site. We were blessed to have a couple of our architects that have been central to the project from LSW that were on site with us to answer questions. And of course, Derek Baher, who is our owner's representative with RNC Construction Management, was there. And we had Dylan from Triplet Wellman, who was on site. He's the project engineer on site. So it was great for the staff, I think, to get to meet some of the faces, some of the names, some of the people that really are working hard behind the scenes and getting that building ready for them. So it was just a really, really good day. And if you want more pictures and video, you can let Mr. Graves know, because he's got like a plethora of documentary evidence. So it was a lot of fun. Tonight, kind of our big topic item is around strategic plans. So strategic planning update, just wanted to refresh where we left off with this. We've been engaging with lots of folks in the community for about 18 months now on this process, collecting a variety of types of data. Last school year, in my first year here, we launched, as you'll recall, last spring with 100 participants across 4 separate launch sessions. We had them at different times of day, different locations, to try and get as many people there as we could. We had 126 respondents on our anonymous community survey back in October, 75 participants, including students, staff from every campus, building administrators, labor leaders, parents, community members, nonprofits, government, elected officials. Part of that work group, we had 3 sessions, November, December, and got back together recently again. That group conducted 210 empathy interviews across people in the Ridgefield community, again, in all sorts of connections and roles with the school district. We had staff feedback sessions that followed the work group sessions in January at every one of our campuses. 7 of those total, over 190 staff that provided feedback at that time. As a board, we looked at all of that in January during our semi-annual board retreat. We've been working since that time on really the metrics development and starting to put everything together because it's been lots of parts and pieces that we've worked on along the way. The work group reconvened in mid-May to give some additional input and feedback. And here we are tonight for our first read of the final plan. You have access to it in your board packet. We're going to look at just a couple of particular items this evening. This is, again, just the milestones. We've seen this, but the little ticker is moving along here. So you may recall, and folks who have engaged at one of the many sessions that we've had, this sort of house graphic. These were the components we set out to really develop from the beginning: a vision statement, a mission statement, district-wide goals, identification of core values and guiding principles, and recognition of our core function as a learning organization. Also drafting an introduction just to help folks who haven't been a part of the process know a little bit more about it. And so we're down to kind of the last couple of decision points really for the board. One of those is around school board governance, guiding principles, and I'm going to show you the kind of 2 versions of that here in just a moment. And those really are pieces that the board has had significant input and work around. We've also gathered lots of feedback, and so at this point it is really down to the 5 of you to kind of see what you like. Strategic goals and the core community indicators, some of the metrics, in kind of compiling the last set of data from our core team. There is a lot of overlap, I'm going to say, between 2 of the goals, and so just bringing that to you as a potential option to combine goal 1 and goal 4, because as we looked at the metrics, it was a lot of cross-cutting items, or to stick with the 5 goals as we've been working on now this year. And then there's just a few alternate edits for you to take a look at. The other piece, as I was kind of winding down and compiling everything, was just really recognition that there's a version of this plan that is really a public-facing document for community to understand, for families to understand. And then there is a lot of detail and really a work plan or an operational guide that is what staff need in order to actualize and to meet those goals that the community is setting out for us. So I've split it into 2 documents. There is repetition, but the professional operational guide has a great deal more detail to it because it is really for the folks doing the work, the employees in the system. So that first one, I just wanted to these are a few of the components, kind of the draft letter. The public letter is shorter than the letter for staff because it's got more detail. The vision statement, the mission statement, and the core values we've talked about multiple times at public board sessions. So those continue with where we left off with those. And then the governance guiding principles. So this is a piece that, as a board, you've worked on this multiple retreats. We've done this and come back to it multiple times with feedback and continued to kind of polish it. And so version A is really where we've left off. And it's awesome. It's also a lot of words. So put together a potential shortened version B just for the sake of clarity. So I'm asking for some feedback on that this evening. The other real decision point is around the strategic plan goals. We've continued, as I said, to kind of fine tune these as it went through the work group and then the staff sessions, the January board retreat, and go through the work group another time. So you can see here kind of the left to the right. The orange is really sort of things that got moved or changed. So looking at that goal 4 initially was really around accessibility communications and connecting families to schools. So adding in that ensuring full linguistic access and building authentic partnerships could be a way to combine those two into one, or we certainly can keep it with the 5 that we had the last time that we looked at this. In the second one, just adding learning in front of context for real world learning context and adding this flexible pathways. Pathways is a thing we talk about a lot as educators. There's high school graduation pathways. You heard Principal Smith talk tonight about the pathways, the flexible pathways. So I think that maybe helps just describe what we do a bit more. And then considering this evolving modern workforce, or going back to the original evolving needs in workforce, equitable access, inclusive climate, just some word choice options really for you, developing, deploying common language versus definitions and data-driven tools. So closing opportunity gaps versus eliminating opportunity gaps. So in many cases, it's either one word may feel stronger or more relaxed. One may feel more pointed or a little softer. So looking for feedback on those. And then in that sustainable growth and resource alignment, I think just a nod, and we've talked about goal 5 is really the governance team's goal, our goal together as the board and superintendent, but really thinking about the long-term fiscal health of our system and ensuring that we are doing a good job of projecting, planning, and executing. So just some potential pieces there as well. And then just to give you a quick overview, and I can go back to those in just a moment, but the staff and professional operational guide, so it is an extended plan introduction. It's the exact same foundational pillars. Wherever you decide on the governance guiding principles, those would be included in the staff guide as well. And then, we've had a lot of work around staff commitments. We talked about this at the last board meeting. And I think we're in a place where we have really workshopped the staff ones extensively. I think it's important for that to be a part of the staff operational guide. So those would be included in that internal version of the document. And then for each goal, in order to really move those things forward, we've identified what's the core focus, what are the action areas, what are the work streams, who's involved, what are the leading indicators, lagging outcomes, qualitative loops, data collection, additional metrics. It is all really the things that we're doing on the ground, and which we would report back to the board on. But some of it is the making of the sausage, and so that we thought that fit better maybe into the operational guide. So with that, I'm going to pause so we could have some conversation. I'm going to maybe go back to the governance guiding principles first, just to see if you have some input or direction around that component of the plan.
I speak first often, so I was waiting to see if anyone wanted to say anything before me. I prefer the longer version A.
Thank you.
I can speak next. I also preferred A. There were a few things that I felt were really important and got left out on the shortened version. And specifically on number 4, it says ensure equal opportunities, and I felt like that the word equal versus equitable was not the right direction.
I also prefer the longer version.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
maybe a different perspective. When I think about when this is all said and done, I think of how this gets presented in a website or in a one-sheeter. I would advocate for the leanest and cleanest version we can get, so our community and our staff and teachers and students can better understand it. So at some level, I'd advocate that less is more in some cases, and just making sure that this isn't the most bulky end result that might not be the most digestible for the masses. So I'll just provide that other viewpoint.
I don't know if this is boy versus girl.
Oh, boy.
Because I prefer version B myself. I'm less words is more to me, but again, you know, I'm not opposed to A, but if I had to pick, I would prefer to see B. So
I usually am a very clear, concise, less is more, and people have the attention span of a gnat's eyelash, to quote my father. So to capture them in version B, however, like, we've spent so much time in this, feels so important, and it's like, just take the full eyelash and read version A. But that's kind of that's why I chose version A, because I just feel like all the words kind of mean something.
So I am looking for some clear direction from the board this evening.
Brett, that's your
And
job
I
as the
think what
chair
I'm
to
hearing
summarize.
is that while we appreciate concise language in this case, perhaps we retain version A at this time.
I can support that.
Yep, version A.
Okay, thank you. And then taking us to the goals, I think it is worth some dialogue around the final goal statements. And it might be some of one and some of the other. That's a choice too.
You touched on version B, item 3. I just want to use language that's like realistic, and when I see eliminate opportunity gaps, I would lean more on a word or phrasing like closing. I don't think it's feasible or attainable to say that we're going to eliminate every opportunity gap for our students. We're sure as hell going to try and do everything we can, but I would hate to be married to that language that seems so concrete.
The one thing that when we combine number 4 into number 1, you know, I know we talked a little bit about the community and how they are part of the partnership. Personally, I like that it's its own line item because it puts kind of preference that it is important to have that partnership. When it combines in, I think you lose some of the importance on that. So I'm with Jake. The eliminate is one of those where that is very concrete. I think that's a great word. And this is a word that no matter how hard you try, that you're probably not going to get 100%. And we have to recognize that. But our goal is to constantly close that gap. So I'm more comfortable with close.
I agree with keeping the 5 goals. I just for the same reasons, I don't need to repeat. I think it does not hurt to, even if we have some repetition around areas for growth that have been articulated over and over again. Those feel like important things to just keep out there. I don't love worrying too much about what word or the other. I think with the eliminate versus close, for me, I'm reminded that early on in this process, we talked about a lot of districts will say 90% or 85% of this, and then we have to say, okay, if we're setting a goal like that, then what 10% of our kids are we cool with not like having what they need or achieving? So as a goal, saying we're going to eliminate a gap, that feels like we're saying it's not okay with us that, that they exist. So I like that. I also understand the reality of it, getting there in next year is slim because we have a lot of work to do and a lot of ground to cover. But I guess I feel like I don't want to not shoot for the full gap closure.
Mm-hmm.
I think I lean towards A with maybe adding in a few words from B, like the modern workforce, or maybe not. I can't decide if I actually care about whether something's modern or not, because I think relevant is more important and like current. I don't know if I like the word modern because I don't know that it really, I don't know if that's the right word, but I think something that applies to, the idea that we're preparing kids for things other than just university is important.
That's a great call out. Modern is changing every day, so that's a really good call out.
So would current be better?
What about the evolving workforce
Yeah,
and just
drop the modern.
drop modern?
Yeah. That'd be my vote.
Other feedback?
I liked the flexible pathways piece, but I'm trying to see if that's in the other version. I'm not seeing if it is or if that's an added phrase.
Mm-hmm. It's an added phrase. Yeah, instead of future ready skills and real world context, it's future ready skills, real world context, and flexible pathway. So it's an add.
I kind of like that as an add. Personally, it feels like it speaks to the breadth of options that we're working to support within the district.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that.
Me too.
So are we still thinking?
Dr. Rodriguez, can you speak to the wording on the sustainable growth piece just a little bit? I see that
Sure.
you've added some pieces or suggestions as options that seem a little bit more specific as a goal. So I'd just love to hear where that thinking came from.
We've been working with this ensure organizational stability. I think the potential for adding the long-term operational and organizational stability just is more expressive of the work that is required for an organization to sustain itself. So I think the addition of long-term is probably appropriate. And the operational, I think, is helpful because that is a large part of what happens behind the scenes. And then it says in the original, I think, by aligning financial resources with student outcomes, developing long-term data-driven capital facilities plan, whereas the other version says auditing financial systems for equity, tracking enrollment projections, and executing a transparent capital facilities plan. The capital facilities plan, that's really an ad around not just that we're going to develop one, but we're going to execute, which means we have to develop it and put it into action. Transparent is a nod back to that first goal, I think. It felt important, perhaps, to include it there around capital facilities, specifically given the history in the community around bonds over the last several years. the tracking of enrollment is directly tied to our funding. And so really, if we are wanting to make sure that our financial resources are aligned to student outcomes, we have to be closely tracking enrollment. We have to get good at that projection, and we need to be auditing it to know, is the money going where it needs to go? So again, these are just potential ways to bring a little bit more clarity to what is meant, or what the, if we were to achieve the goal, what would we see? And I think in that last goal, we would see that we have a system of auditing to check for equity, that we'd be checking to make sure that we're spending in alignment to those enrollment. So I don't know if that helps, Director Baker, but that just gives you a little more context.
So I like number 4. Should we tack the end of to support equitable learning environments to the end of that sentence? It just gets wordier, but.
I think my curiosity from the board would be, are any of those items in orange on the right things that you want to be included? And if so, I will make a grammatically correct sentence from that.
I like how you've put the auditing financial systems for equity, tracking enrollment. I think all that is really important. It sounds like something that's measurable and holds us accountable financially.
I agree on some of that language. To me, tracking enrollment projections isn't a goal, isn't goal language. It's more of a like strategy. It's a thing that has to happen. It's the work of. But other than that, I would agree. And that's because that's something that is happening and will continue to happen if we don't already have a system for auditing where the dollars are going based on where the needs are to get the outcomes we want. Then that does feel like that could be goal language for me.
I do like number 4, version B, I think a little bit better. And if we took out the tracking part of the enrollment, that would be fine. But I like, again, like how Director Farnsworth said that it's more measurable. That's what I was thinking of when I was reading that, is that it feels like you could gather much, like a SMART goal. It's a more measurable thing to do. And I like the idea of auditing something. It's like the feedback loop to make sure that we're doing things right and making sure we're always like looking back at something.
For the sake of time, can we continue to workshop between now and the next meeting? I feel like we've publicly laid out a lot of feedback for the record, and
yeah,
I don't think we're going to create new content. It's more about wordsmithing and workshopping what already exists. So that'd be my recommendation.
Absolutely. I would request that individual board members, if you have feedback on these, if you could have that to me in the next week so that I can put together a final version to bring back to you at the next meeting. So I'm going to move on. Okay. Just a few fun things. There's lots of fun things happening right now. Beloved tradition of the Tater Tot Parade. Like all the kids, you can see, it's quite the it's a big crowd as they come down the road. So, always fun. So funny to think about. The first one I attended a couple years ago, so this is my 3rd Tater Tot Parade. And the first one we had raincoats, and it was cold. And I learned about there's no parking when there's events at Union Ridge that year when I came. And then this year it was really hot and sunny, and I put sunscreen on. So you just never know what you're going to get in June here in Ridgefield with the weather. So it was a beautiful day. We really lucked out with the weather, and a lovely event. As always, the kids did a great job showcasing their work. Related to that, I did want to mention publicly, we launched a survey yesterday for staff, students, families, community members around field trips. really seeking feedback from all of our constituents around what are the priorities, what is the most important experiences for our children. I think I would want folks to be aware. We're asking really because there is differences between our campuses. There's differences with access, and we want to make sure that students, no matter where they live, what boundary they live in our district, that they have opportunities to do lots of exciting things in our community and beyond. So we're just trying to get some feedback, like I said, on what's most important, what is the particular value with field trips, what is it about field trips that people in this community value. So we are gathering that, and I'll have feedback to share with you from that survey at the next board meeting. So it's definitely been high interest. We've had a lot of response, and I'm sure we'll have a lot more before I get to come back and share that with you. So excited for that. Lots of wonderful end-of-year celebrations. Of course, senior celebration. We had awards night up at the high school last week. We had a senior celebration and social at Wisdom Ridge, which was a lot of fun, and we've already talked about that a little bit tonight. The Police Activities League. These kids are sitting in the back of the SWAT van. I know you can't tell, but they know that they're in the SWAT van, so it's pretty exciting. So thank you to RPD, our Sheriff's Office, and Vancouver PD for visiting. And then lots of spring concerts as always, and we've heard about some of those this evening as well. Just really wanted to showcase our strings program. Big thank you to Charlotte Barnes, who's a community volunteer, because her day job is making bagels, and they are amazing. But that program just continues to grow. So what started with one little community ed class has really grown, and so we now have community education strings offerings. It's kind of like a 0 hour for those that are familiar with that concept, but at our elementaries. So at both Union Ridge and South Ridge, they have strings 2 mornings a week, and they are prepared to also have it at sunset. So they will be at, for folks who are going to be at sunset, we will have that next year. 4th graders do kind of the introductory, and since we are returning 5th graders, we actually will have 2nd year string students next year at our elementary school. So that's very exciting, and Charlotte and Catherine and the whole crew that are really supporting that, they've been wonderful to work with. We share a common dream to have strings programs in our middle school and high school in the near term future. So that is what we're building towards and working towards, and excited for. So lots of wonderful things. Of course, we've got graduation this Friday up at the high school. So hopefully you got a ticket. If you didn't get a ticket, because we run out of space up there every year, it is live streamed. I'm looking for Joe. It's live streamed, yes. Yeah, and so you can watch from the comfort of your home if you aren't able to be there in person, but it is always a wonderful event and a great opportunity to really celebrate our kids and everything that has gotten them to that moment in time. That's what I have for you this evening.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll go into board communication, and I'm going to start tonight, which is a little out of normal. I just want to kind of talk about the survey that came out regarding field trips, and that I just want to remind everybody that it's a survey. It is to get information and get a feeling on where parents, staff members, community members, what's their feelings? Is their opportunity to put their voice in? So with that, then comes back, and then decisions get made. So take advantage of the opportunity to participate in the survey, and trust that the survey is going to be looked at and evaluated, but then there will be a decision made. And so I just want to be clear. I would say that as a board, I think we have different opinions. And on this one individual item and many. I've talked to 2 board members today since the survey went out. They've gotten feedback. They relay it back to me, questioning possibly timing. And, I would say that we're working through it. Today was fresh. Tomorrow we'll continue that conversation, and we're going to keep working towards what we think is best. The one thing that I know for a fact is that clock never stops ticking, which means time continues to move forward. And we need, at some point to come up with a game plan, because we're going to open a new school and we're going to have 3 elementaries that we want to be as close, not maybe perfectly in line, but very close to like following the same guidelines. So, because equity is a tricky word, and we want to be fair, right? And because one campus may be able to offer a certain type of field trip that another one can't. We don't want to take things away, but we want to be as fair as possible. Fair to the kids, fair to the teachers, and fair to parents. So with that in mind, please take the survey. We want your input, and then we'll move forward, because we would like to have a game plan before the next school year starts. Is our goal. So that's all I have for board communication. Amber, you want to go next?
Sure. Thank you. Let's see. I think I don't have a ton to report back. I did get to go to my personal favorite as a parent event of the year, the Tater Tot Parade, which is always just a joy. I learned about a lot of different things, like that LeBron James was also is a billionaire. That was one of the things from somebody in the, is it second grade? No, second grade. Yeah, second grade does the faces. That's my favorite one. And I learned about the wood rose from a 4th grader, which is a native plant that helps beneficial insects and pollinators so that we can all eat. And his poster had what the world will look like without the wood rose and other beneficial native plants, and it was a pillar of smoke and ash. So super awesome to see the creativity in what they've learned. I think I have just some thoughts around our survey process. I think it might be something to consider to look at some community-based participatory research kind of frameworks for survey creation. I think it might benefit us to kind of partner with potential respondents of the surveys we're putting out as a district to get feedback on survey language, because I don't think we want things to be unclear. So that's a research framework from academia, but is also used in community nonprofits and other settings. So I'd be curious about looking at that for our survey work in the future. So just wanted to bring that forward. I have a little bit of experience in it, and also know some folks who have a lot of experience in that, because I think that could be helpful. I am curious. I think there were a few different comments today that I had some question marks about. I think it would be helpful to get some clarification and on what is true around the Open Syed piece. That was a concern for me. I think helping to understand where books fit in a budget versus capital expenses and furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So those are some things I think would be important for us to communicate about moving forward, because I do think there's some confusion there. And in the confusion, the conclusions that people are making are valid sounding concerns, but I think it would be good to clarify that materials dollars for materials are not always exchangeable with dollars for furniture, fixtures, and equipment, given levy funding for capital stuff and operational stuff. So I think that would be helpful to go over that. I also would really like to, I'll save my other thought for later in our meeting. I think those are the only things I want to say. Just thank again people for coming to engage and share, so that we are clear where the community, parts of the community, we are not a monolithic community in Ridgefield, where the folks who have come tonight, where they are in terms of their perspectives and thoughts about direction. So thank you.
We're continuing this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Amanda.
Okay, thanks. I wanted to formally congratulate all of our retirees. I was just doing the math there. Each of them is, rounds up to 30 years plus of years of service. That's just incredible that we have so many people who care and have been here for so long. I don't know that that's the norm, so I just think we should honor that, and that's pretty exciting. I've been out and about a lot in the last week. I was joking that somebody that takes pictures for our district has been following me around because I see him everywhere. But I got the honor of being in the Tater Tot Parade this year, instead of participating like on the sidelines, and it's a little sad to not be able to watch all the kids come by and get to see, your kiddo teach you about Washington State. So as much as I love holding the banner, somebody else can do it next year because I really like learning with the kids. I also was able to attend the fourth graders walking field trip to the refuge, and then I put on my other hat and helped lead one of the hikes at the refuge because I volunteer there too. But that was really cool to get to see 3 different classes, and I know that that's an experience that Ridgefield has for all of the 4th grade, which I love that. We have that kind of equity for all of our classes. And because we have the new building down at the refuge, it's transformed the way field trips happen down there. So it's really nice because there's water, there's bathrooms, there's air conditioning if you need it, there's a classroom space, and there's even a sensory room, which was very important to the refuge to provide an area where kids that might not always feel like they have access to those spaces don't have to just like sit on a bus or not go on that field trip. So I felt very proud to be a part of both the field trip and representing the refuge on that trip. I accidentally attended the Ridgefield Senior Plays because if you listen to my board comments, I thought that the orchestra was that Friday. Nope, it was Senior Plays. So I sat through those instead, and they were lovely. It was so fun to get to see all of our seniors celebrating in their own unique ways. So many kids like wrote, directed, and produced the entire play. We have just so much talent, and those kids are they have so much to be proud of. It was really fun. Our theater kids are just incredible. Then the next Friday, I did get to see our youth orchestra. And again, that program has grown from a handful of kids to, I know it's over 60. And we had a couple staff that participated in the advanced strings orchestra part of it. And she's back there, Miss Wendy Golden. It was pretty cool to get to see, on violin or viola or whatever you call it. Fantastic. I may have put in a plug to have our superintendent do a collaboration on piano, since we know that she was a competitive pianist at one point. So just expect an invitation for that. You're welcome. Wisdom Ridge graduation was really exciting. I hadn't realized that that's the first graduating class that they've had, where they did a big graduation celebration ceremony. And it was really unique and really special to get to see those kids and how much individual care is given to each of the kids and celebrating them as they graduated. It was really wonderful. I'm glad we got to be a part of that. We also got invited to go to the first grade open house, which is kind of like, I feel like it's kind of the tater tot parade version, but in classroom at Southridge Elementary. So they do it by grade band, and then parents and families can go and see their kids in action, and they get to tour their classrooms and see all the cool things that they've done. And just a special thank you to Andrea Walker and Margot Mankey for showing me around their classrooms. Really lovely experience. There's just so many things. There's a choir thing happening tonight that we were clearly not going to make it to because we're here, but cheers to that. And then tomorrow night is RSD night at the Raptors game, so hopefully everybody goes, and our sweet little fourth graders are going to be singing twice. So I think our weather is supposed to be lovely too. So it's going to be, it's a good week. It's a good week for our kids. That's all.
Donna.
Wow. That's awesome. So I was able to attend the Wisdom Ridge graduation, which was a really special event to watch those kids and to listen. The graduation speech given by Principal Susan Smith was quite inspiring. She said those kids make a choice every single day to get up and do their work. They don't go to a building. There's no teacher there nagging, pushing, cajoling. They make that choice all on their own every day. They get up and do it on their own. And I thought that was pretty cool. I'm looking forward to graduation on Friday. I am going to do everything I can not to break my foot on the way to this year's graduation. So, look forward to seeing you all there.
Jake.
Please don't break your foot. We'd like to sit with you this year. Thank you again, Susan. Your Wisdom Ridge deserves a louder voice, and you've been providing that, and much appreciated in your presentation tonight. Welcome to our student leaders, Johnny and Lael. Just cool to see their energy. What a great first impression tonight, and I hope they can help support us in our pursuit for student directors on this board and use their voice there. A shout out to Mr. Golden at Union Ridge for inviting me to art class a week or two ago. And lastly, just a thank you again, as always, to all of our public comment speakers. Your commitment to our community and your passion and the enlightenment that you've offered myself, at least tonight, continues to be powerful. And a special thank you to those of you who've stayed, because our meetings can run long, and we often get a lot of people that like to share comment and then leave the minute they've shared their comment. And so for you to stay here means a lot. I know others that have left probably wish they could still be here, so I recognize that. And I will save some comments for Character Strong on item 9A.
Jake, aren't you throwing out the pitch tomorrow?
That's the word on the street.
All right.
No
Warm
pressure.
that arm up.
No pressure. If anyone wants to play catch tonight at the Rourke, let me know.
Well, good luck tomorrow night. All right, with that, we will go into old business.
Okay, as always, we have a list of things to talk about this evening. Sorry, I'm getting to the right. Well, the first item is to approve revised board policy number 3421, child abuse and neglect. We did a first read on this at the last board meeting. And again, this is bringing us current with WASDA model policy while also ensuring that we have appropriate checks in place for reporting and tracking at the district level. A form was also created, so that will get published on the website along with the procedure once the policy changes have gone into effect. We are recommending to approve.
I move that we approve revised board policy number 3421, titled Child Abuse and Neglect, as written.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
All right, thank you. That takes us to item 8B, hearing second read of revised board policy number 4220, complaints concerning staff or programs. I have talked with each of you individually in our monthly check-ins around this. We had some conversation about the drafts at the last board meeting, and based on that, did a deeper dive into what this policy looks like in multiple other districts around the region. And based on that, we have revised the recommended policy updates. So you have that updated policy in the board packet. Because there have been some additional changes, we wanted to sort of do a second/first read. So it's the second read, but we're not actually seeking any action this evening, but we will be bringing this back to you at the next meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions about the draft.
I will just say that the snag that I had on wording on the first version is addressed. So I'm comfortable with the new version of that particular part.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, not hearing any other comments or questions. That takes us to item 8C, hearing second read of revised board policy number 5270, resolution of staff complaints. This is really companion, as we talked about at the last board meeting. 4,000 policies are all about parents, families, community. 5,000s are all about staff. So similarly with this, we looked at multiple other examples and landed on, a revision. So again, presenting to you the revised version for a second read, but given that there's been changes, we're not asking for action this evening. Again, happy to answer any questions the board may have.
I don't have a question. I would just like to say that they both, I think, read a little smoother to me and a little more meaning.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not hearing any other comments. We're going to move into new business. So item 9A is approving selection and adoption of curriculum for Foundations for Learning and Social Emotional Learning pre-K-12. Just as a refresher for the board, the current curriculum for kindergarten through 8th grade Second Steps was adopted in 2016-2017, renewed in the 23-24 school year, in alignment to what we are moving towards a 7-year curriculum review and adoption cycle. This was scheduled for a review and a pilot this school year, pre-K through 12th. Previously, there was no adopted social emotional learning curriculum for preschool or for high school. During the 24-25 school year, the View Ridge Middle School team explored options and requested to pilot Character Strong this year. Feedback from staff at the K-8 level really indicated that the existing Second Steps materials were not engaging and not really being utilized in many cases. In collaboration with building administrators, the counselors' professional learning team, which is cross-cutting across our district, it was determined to run a district-wide pilot this year. During the pilot, all classroom teachers had access to their grade level or their grade band of materials. The Early Learning Center and elementary schools piloted, it's called Purposeful People. It is the elementary companion curriculum to Character Strong, which is the title of the materials at the middle and high school level, including class and building-wide strategies, weekly 45 minutes, roughly social emotional learning lessons. More in-depth lessons at the secondary level were done during Heron time and Tater time. We also piloted a standalone elective at Sunset Intermediate and piloted the lessons, the weekly lessons and the daily strategies at the elementary and the preschool level. Staff shared feedback from the April certificated in-service day. We also had feedback from counselors, additional training, feedback from our building principals. Following that, we had an appointed curriculum review committee, the instructional materials committee. They followed the process in policy 2020 and 2020P. and approved Character Strong as the core curriculum for Foundations of Learning and Social Emotional Learning PK-12. Materials were available for community review at the board's request. We had reopened those. I don't know that we had too many more additional. Maybe I know the board, Jake had asked for access, so we got access for all of you. So you've had the last 2 weeks to review if you hadn't already done so. And as you know, we had minimal feedback that came from that. Few folks that looked at it, but we only got 2 actual feedback forms from staff, community, parents during the time that it was open. We are still recommending approval of a 5-year adoption in the amount of $182,715, and you have the quote attached to the memo.
I'm happy to share some comments prior to a motion. Try to categorize my thoughts a little bit on this one.
I'm sorry, quick point of order. My understanding is that we have to put a motion on to discuss, or is that not how it works?
You feel free to. I'm prepared either way.
Yeah, make a motion.
I motion that we approve selection and adoption of curriculum Foundations for Learning Character Strong pre-K through 12.
Can I get a second? We're not getting a second.
I can second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes. Where I left off, just some key themes that I've gathered from the last few weeks, and not new information, but new enlightening information tonight from our speakers. And just the more I've been able to process this, looking at our survey, a speaker referenced it. I found the results to be pretty neutral and split, which concerns me that we don't have an overwhelming support at the ground floor. I've shared with folks in the community, I wish we had a compass that told us, or a magic wand that told us which topics of interest that come across our desk here would have such passion and energy behind them after decisions are made, or after the majority of a decision is made. And I wish we could go back sometimes, and as good as I think we are at listening and doing surveys and this board being available, I do wish we could go back and gather more feedback at times prior to moving forward with action. I continue to wonder about the data, the rationale that clearly explains the why behind how we're doing this, and how we're going to measure it. I want to kind of recap some of the concerns that I've heard from many really well-educated people that are really closely tied to this. Approving a K through 12 curriculum concerns me a little bit with a one-size-fits-all approach. I'm just not sure that one product or curriculum is maybe the best to do that for all grades. I've mentioned data that's worthy of making a change. This is this significant. I worry about how we're going to measure it, and ultimately, I'm really hung up on the reduction of our core areas. I think about my daughter coming into school in about 2 years, and how I'd feel just as a parent if she was reduced for music, art, and PE, and that doesn't sit well with me, no matter how good the other side of the coin is, and that gives me pause. $182K over 5 years is a substantial investment for curriculum that I want us to be really 110% behind in implementing. On the flip, I lean into our administration who have built this plan and want to adopt this and have built out this schedule that's led to these changes. Our union has told me they support this. We have, while it's been few comments, we have received warm feedback about the change and what SEL on its own will do, but I will share that's a very small percent compared to the other side that we've heard tonight and other days. I want to lean into our experts and our building leaders and trust their recommendation, and I think 99% of the time I'm inclined to do so. you often hear me talk about our role as a board. Adopting curriculum is one of those key components that we do have the power for. And tonight we talked about a strategic plan, and goal one being trust, transparency, and voice, and providing the why. And I would say if we're going to adopt this new strategic plan, when it comes to this topic, we have some major work to do to say that we're meeting the standard for that goal. And I think it could use some more time. To wrap it up, when I think about when people ask me what school board means to me and what is my role, I think it's two things. It's us focus on what's best for kids, and I think about the elected component and that we represent constituents. Best for kids, at my core, I'm not sure if this proposal achieves that. And if I'm doing my best to represent my constituents, many of which here tonight, many who have spoken to us publicly, many who have spoken to me privately, they've done a lot in educating me over the past few weeks. I will fully support our outcome as a board and where we land here, but I think this is a reminder of the nature of us being one board director of a greater five. And in a perfect world, I understand that we'd agree on nearly every topic, and we tend to. And with all due respect to everyone who's put time and energy into this, for now, I'm gonna have to vote no on this motion.
I would like to add, what has felt frustrating over the last few months for me individually is the what's the word that I'm looking for? Basically the mashup, that's not the word I was thinking, but I'm gonna go with it. The mashup between concern around elementary school changes and a curriculum adoption. So I want to be clear that this board does not vote on class schedules at the building level, that this curriculum request to review this purchase of curriculum materials is separate from how it will be implemented, when, who, and all of that. So I think there's a lot of confusion about that, and I just want to say, I want us to be very clear as a board that this curriculum is not a vote for elementary scheduling changes that are happening, that this is reviewing an updated curriculum choice compared to a previous curriculum that was in place that was not meeting the needs of our school buildings. So to me, we have to be clear with each other about that and with everyone else out there about that. I will say that I do wonder around all the way through. I know there's a lot that has happened at the high school, and maybe because there wasn't a curriculum there previously, kind of implementing this this year was a different experience than the other schools and the other grade levels. So I do have a question about going all in on K-12 at the current moment. I will say last year, around the same time, we received so many reach outs from families in our school district that were having problems with their students, not feeling safe at school because other students were using hate speech on a pretty regular basis. I went to meet with all of our building administrators across the district to kind of learn more about what was happening, how often, what was our response, how are we holding that really hard experience, both for kids who are using that language and kids who are on the receiving end of that. So what I heard from building leaders was, we need better resources for our teachers and on our school campuses to address this this problem. This is something that I think as a board we can agree is not okay at school. It shouldn't be okay anywhere, but we have to just say, like, our purview is our buildings, our campuses, right? So I don't know if there's a perfect curriculum out there, but I do want to respect the work of the review committee in trying to find something that would work. So I think for me, I am fully in support of K through 8 on this, because I feel like that is what we need to do. If there is a better option for the high school level, I would be happy to hear that. I don't know if we can do like another year try. I know that we have a policy that says we can only pilot for 1 year. And so I know we also need to have resources for that level of our campuses as well. So in general, I'm very much in support of this. I think there may not be a perfect, but we also are leaving our teachers without any resources, our schools without any resources if we aren't moving forward on something. And what we had in place before was really not great. And again, my sample size of 1, yeah, middle schoolers don't want to talk about feelings or, you know, those kinds of things. And that is not what all of this is. But also I do think if the adults in the room can invest in a thing, then young people do listen and follow, right? So I don't know if we have that at the high school at the moment, if this is the right fit for that. So those are my thoughts about this particular vote. But I would definitely move forward on K through 8.
I just have a question regarding the tier levels. I know we piloted and we've used tier 1, and I'm curious if teachers found resources in tiers 2 and 3 to be more beneficial and more appropriate. Are they able to, if we adopt this, would they be able to use and utilize like the different tiers maybe within their PLT at their discretion, or how does that, and again, that's like not really our area, but I'm just curious if we do move forward with that, can they use those other tiers however they would like, or is it on a schedule?
So when we talk about the tiers of instruction, we're talking about multi-tiered systems of support or response to instruction. We're talking about intervention. So by design, tier 1 materials are designed for all students. Tier 2 materials are designed for students for whom the tier 1 is not enough to get them to a proficient level on the skill, on the standard, the knowledge area. Tier 2 is typically provided in intervention timeframes, often to a different size of group of students. And tier 3 is pretty much an individualized intervention. So the proposed adoption does include all of those resources, so they would be available for staff to utilize. That would really be a question for the building leadership team and the building principal and assistant principal to have a conversation around their entire intervention program. But this does provide materials not just for the tier 1 instruction, it does provide intervention materials at a small group and even down to an individual student level based on the needs of that student or that group of students.
I would like to thank Director Baker for clarifying and reiterating that we do not set school schedules. That is not our job. That is not in our purview. Nothing to do with us. Also, if we don't adopt this curriculum, what happens? We go back to the crappy curriculum from 2 years ago that the teachers didn't like, that 10 years ago that nobody liked, that wasn't effective? Is that our choice? We either adopt this, which has gone through piloting, rigorous, it's gone through all the committees, it's been approved, it's been recommended. And so if we don't approve this, then we go back to something from 10 years ago that didn't work?
If the board chooses not to approve, I think we would have to have some additional conversation about what comes next, knowing that the school year ends next week, and given concerns already about timing of any kind of communication or requests for information from folks at this point in the year, and also recognizing our desire as a central services team to make sure that staff don't feel that the start of next year is like the start of this past year. We're trying to be really intentional not to have new things to talk about or to add to people's plates when they return to work in August. So if this isn't approved, I would venture to say, since you're asking in this moment, that we would probably have to go back and redo the entire curriculum adoption process. And rather than do it through a pilot, we would go back to the traditional adoption review model, which takes a full year to do, and it would mean not having probably any materials for a year.
So this has been a process, and a lot of people have put a lot of input in on this, and so my thing is I haven't really heard anybody say, like, I don't agree with SEL, right? Some people choose, like, I should do it at home, and I 100% agree you should do it at home. And then some people say, well, it should be part of your core class, and I 100% agree, it should be part of your core class. I think the need is that, for one, we were listening to teachers in the elementary saying it's a lot, right? We are trying to teach a new English curriculum, and math is coming, and we're doing the SEL, and so this was to pull that part away and give them a breather. This was intended to help. Now, I think we can agree that, is the curriculum, like, perfect? Probably not. Like, it probably is going to need some individual tweaking to make it relevant to your students, your age groups. And that includes the high school. Like, it doesn't all of a sudden become your 9th grade and this stuff doesn't matter. Like, it might matter more. But it's going to take some buy-in. And if this is dumb, and I don't think we should be doing it, your students are going to think it's dumb and that you shouldn't be doing it. So, I mean, where do we find that middle road where it's evident that it is a necessity? How do we implement it? What's the proper curriculum? I think through the data that out of all the curriculum, this seems to be the best. Is it perfect? Probably not. But is it the best that we can start to build off of? That's how I'm looking at it. Because I think we agree what was before wasn't working. So we're not saying, okay, well, we're just bagging it. We're just retooling it. So, I mean, it is, there's the thought that, I've heard that, kids need PE to stay in shape. Well, not everybody's getting their PE at home, so they're saying they need it at school because they're not getting it at home. Well, that's probably happening with SEL as well, right? So if they're not exercising or going on walks, if they're not allowed to do art at home and they need that time at school, if they're not allowed to listen to music at home, so they need that time at school, don't they need SEL as well? Isn't that an important component? I mean, I think that all of these things shouldn't just be at school and shouldn't just be at home. I think it's a commingling. It's supporting the home. The school should support the home, not overstep the home, support the home. If this curriculum is not doing that, then I would have an issue with that. I think it's in the delivery, right? Like, I think it is going to be specific to the teacher to make this thing fly or die. And ultimately, I don't care what curriculum that we put on, that we approve. If we don't have it being implemented correctly, it's never going to work. So that, I mean, it's not, this is no surprise. Like, we've been doing it for 10 years. We're trying to retool it. And I think that, you know, from the information I'm getting, that Character Strong is the best that we got right now. And now we're leaning on everybody that's going to implement it to do the best job that they can. Ultimately, it's here for the kids. That prepares them to go into the world better prepared. So I don't want to give up on it. I want to see it, you know, in I don't know, 5 years. Then yeah, that's a long buy-in, but I mean, 1 year's not enough. I mean, so, and like, I'm going to go back to that clock. It keeps ticking, right? Every year we push it off, and every year it just, another grade moves on, and we have to make a decision. And there's been a lot of work and a lot of buy-in, and I want to see it be successful.
Yep.
Yep.
Can I add some more color?
Yes,
I
please.
totally agree. I can clarify my comments. Nothing I am strong opinionated about here is Character Strong specific. I echo Director Baker's comments about what we do and what we don't do, because that's something I've shared with many constituents over the past few weeks. It's not us that makes the schedule, but my concern with this vote on the table is a $182K investment over 5 years is basically solidifying a schedule that's slated. It's basically solidifying the way we implement it. It would be including high school, which some concerns have been shared. So in essence, it's ceremonial, approving a schedule that has some valid concerns. And that's my concern here is not Character Strong is not the right fit. It's a vote for this approval puts a lot of things in motion that I still think have some legit valid concerns.
I just want to say I don't believe that that's true, that the schedule is connected to which curriculum we are choosing. That just doesn't, those two things aren't connected.
I'm talking about the investment that's being made from hiring to the time and energy put into slating a schedule for next year. My point is the adoption and the purchase of a curriculum doubles down on those decisions that have been made, and I would say gives us less flexibility to go back to the drawing board, as many people have requested we consider. So I'm not saying they are in essence the same thing. They just, one decision in a major way impacts the other flexibility we have for the schedule and other decisions.
And I really do hear that we could frame it that way. And the pilot this last year had a different framework and a different structure to how it was delivered. I do not think that what is happening for next year is necessarily the only way to do it. And I don't think keeping an updating of a resource from moving forward because of feelings about the scheduling is the right mashup. I'll use that phrase again because I can't think of the word I've been thinking about.
And I would like to point out that SEL isn't just a breakout class. SEL gets practiced in all the classes. It's a homeroom thing, it's a music thing, it's a PE thing, it's in every single class. So even though, they get 45 minutes of this breakout class and it just kind of focuses in, and then every other teacher in the building builds off of that 45-minute exposure. It's not just, they go for 45 minutes and that's it, and it's no more, and we don't do any other SEL all week long. No, it's campus-wide. It's every administrator and support staff, and it's a district commitment, this SEL. It's not a 45-minute breakout. Plus, what about science? I was one of those nerd kids. I loved science and I loved math. You can take PE. I don't care if I never, ever went to PE. I was the kid that went limping into PE. Oh, please don't make me play. And I was the kid that, oh, I can't go outside because I have allergies. Because kids were mean to me and I didn't have friends. And so a little SEL may have gone a long ways to helping me like PE and like recess. Just saying.
Okay, I think we're at a, anything else? Okay.
I mean, I feel strongly about moving forward for the K-8. If the only way to do that is to adopt the whole thing, then that is, I would support that. I do not, I wonder if there's a version where we could do another year at the high school and give those teachers a chance to figure out how to make it work in the context of their school. But I don't know if that's even possible, so I don't know if it's worth making an amended proposal. And I don't know if Character Strong, if the dollars we're looking at, if it's like choose your own adventure, or if we have to go back to them for a full like revision of the bid, quote,
So
whatever.
just from a point of order standpoint, as board directors, you have the option to move to make an amendment to the motion on the floor. So if you want to do that, then you need to make that motion and people need to vote on that. Jake's gonna help me remember all the rules from Robert. I can tell you, looking at the estimate, that approximately 33,500 of this is high school. The rest is the preschool through 8th grade. We would have to go back and renegotiate. Part of what we do is get the very best deal that we can, and there is always a quantity discount typically with any curricular vendor. That's not unique to this company. I would, materials are not the same as schedules. We currently have nothing that's been purchased for next year in the social emotional learning arena for our students at any level. So I am needing some direction from the board this evening on whether we're moving this forward in whole, in part, or not at all, so that we can go back and determine what to do next.
Personally, I want to vote. I think this is something that, you know, I mean, I think it's important at the high school. And I think that we need to not opt them out of it. I think we need to actually push them harder to, like, this. They're the closest to going into the real world. These are skills, these are real world skills. They're gonna have to be able to function with people, and the goal is that this helps them use these skills to be able to be productive and work with people and work through diversity. We have a little, we're doing it right now. So it's, to me, my vote of one, it would be a loss to let the high school pass on this.
I'll call the previous question, move to a vote.
Okay. So, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same call.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. That's going to take us to item 9B, approving the revised View Ridge Middle School Associated Student Body Constitution to reflect the updated grade band. Because we are updating the middle school to be 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, it necessitated an updating of the View Ridge Middle School Associated Student Body, or ASB, school constitution, when it is not just a constitution for a club or activity, but the actual charter constitution for the ASB. That has to be approved not just by a vote of the students, but also by a vote of the school board. You have reference to the guiding Washington Administrative Code that requires that. We do recommend approval of the View Ridge Middle School ASB Student Organization constitutional amendments for the 26-27 school year.
I move that we approve the revised View Ridge Middle School Associated Student Body Constitution to reflect the upgraded grade band.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 9C, approving the letter of agreement between the Ridgefield School District and the Ridgefield Principals Association effective July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029. Just to give a little bit of context for this, the current letter of agreement between the school district and the Principals Association expires at the end of this month, June 30th. Representatives of RPA and RSD held 2 bargaining sessions this past month in June, bargained in good faith, utilizing interest-based bargaining processes to review proposals from both sides and reach an agreement on a new 3-year agreement. The language is consistent with expectations and benefits of other staff groups in the district. And I did want to just read part of the preamble of that letter of agreement. It's understood that the administrative staff, the members of the board of directors, and the superintendent are all members of the management team. It's recognized that all management team members have a leadership role in our school district. It's expected that all members of the management team will be active participants in their role for the district. With the signing of this agreement, the board and administrators express a high level of trust, commitment, and understanding. A strong professional relationship which recognizes the time, commitment, and flexibility required to carry out administrative duties and responsibilities among management team members. The administrators receive trust, support, commitment, and understanding from the board of directors. The board of directors receives a commitment by administrators to follow the policies set both by the school board, creating trust, commitment, and understanding. The district is proud of the work of our principals and assistant principals and the ongoing partnership between building administrators and central services. I do want to personally just thank Ian Mansfield, our View Ridge Middle School principal, and Todd Graves, Sunset Ridge principal, who served as representatives of the Ridgefield Principals Association throughout the process. And also thank you is owed to Luke LeCown, our Executive Director of Employee Services, who was with me at the bargaining table. We do recommend that the board approve the letter of agreement between the Ridgefield Principals Association and the Ridgefield School District effective July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2029.
I move that we approve the letter of agreement between the Ridgefield School District and Ridgefield Principals Association effective July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029 as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Thank you. That means we're officially done bargaining for this year, in preparation for next year. Okay, thank you for that. 9D, approving the intergovernmental agreement between Evergreen Public Schools and Ridgefield School District. We are able to approve interlocals with other governmental agencies, including other school districts. It allows us to utilize competitively bid contracts, conversely, between the two districts when one or the other has gone through a formal request for proposal, RFP, or request for a quote, RFQ process and publication. So we have looked to expand these agreements, and Evergreen has agreed to partner with us in this way. Their board also will be asked to approve the same interlocal agreement. So we do recommend approval of the intergovernmental cooperative purchase agreement between Ridgefield School District and Evergreen Public Schools.
I I move that we approve the intergovernmental agreement between Evergreen Public Schools and the Ridgefield School District as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Thank you. We have, the next 4 items are all about rescinding outdated board policies. And in every case, I'm going to basically share with you, this is information that is now codified in other policies and procedures. All of these recommendations are in alignment with WASDA model policy. The first one on the docket is policy number 3121, compulsory attendance. This was retired by WASDA in 2023. Again, the content has really just been moved over into policy 3122, excused and unexcused absences. So we're recommending that we rescind 3121 from our board policies. Happy to answer any questions.
I move that we rescind board policy number 3121, compulsory attendance.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next one in that series is 3200, rights and responsibilities. This was actually retired back in February of 2021 by WASDA. It is already incorporated, the pertinent language, into 3241 student discipline and 3210 non-discrimination policies, both of which we have updated within the last year. So this, again, just is helping us to clean up all of our board policies. We recommend rescinding board policy number 3200.
I move that we rescind board policy number 3200, titled Rights and Responsibilities.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to the next one in this series, 9G, rescinding board policy number 5230, job descriptions and responsibilities. This was also retired by WASDA in 2021. Really just reflecting the policy that the board should be focused on policy and not immersed in the daily operations of the school district. The relevant information that's retained can now be found primarily in 5240, evaluation of staff. We recommend rescinding board policy number 5230, job descriptions. I should also say that in most cases, for the majority of our employees, we have collective bargaining agreements in place with our labor partners that guide this work to begin with. So happy to answer any questions.
I move that we rescind board policy number 5230, job descriptions, responsibilities.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Okay, and the last in this series, item 9H is rescind board policy number 6512, infection control program. This was retired back in 2019. Before COVID, infection control before COVID. Okay, WASDA made the decision to retire this. Again, just trying to remove redundancies. Primarily, this is included currently in policy 3414, infectious diseases. That was updated for Ridgefield in 2024, so we are already current with all of the recommended updates. We recommend rescinding board policy number 6512, infection control program.
I move that we rescind board policy number 6512, infection control program.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
I will share with the board before we move to item 9I that with that rescinding of number 6512, we have officially updated and addressed 100 board policies in our 2 years together. So, woohoo!
Good job.
Yeah. Happy 100th policy. Todd didn't bring the glitter, but anyway, okay. All right, moving on to item 9I, first read of revised board policy number 5240, evaluation of staff. This one we just talked about with one of the ones that got rescinded, but our version of 5240 has not been updated since 2013. WASDA updated it in 2017. This is going to bring us current and is important with the rescinding of 5230, which you just took action on. We will bring this back for approval at the next meeting. I am happy to answer any questions. You have as long as it takes me to flip through the section, so. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to move on to item 9J, hearing first read of revised board policy 6020, system of funds and accounts. This one was last updated in 2019. WASDA actually updated in 2023. Our accompanying procedure, which is really what guides our day-to-day work, was not updated since 2008. Our Business Services Department has submitted the necessary updates to the procedure. Those go into place at such time as the board updates the policy. We just try to review them together always. So there are just some minimal updates to the policy. The bigger updates were really made to the procedure. That said, we do recommend approval of this one, and we will bring it back for second read at the next meeting. And if there's no questions on that, it'll take us to item 9K, first read of new Ridgefield School District Strategic Plan. We've already had some conversation and dialogue about this. I think I just would want to just reiterate, how appreciative we are of all the people that have really provided input, feedback. There's been lots of revisions through the process. And I did a count because I was curious, and while some people did take the opportunity to come to multiple things or be involved in multiple ways, we had over 900 participants throughout this process, and as you would want, that robust of something that's going to guide the district for several years to come. So just on behalf of our students, our staff, our families, and our community members who worked really hard to help us to craft this plan, we are excited to recommend approval of the plan. And again, just a reminder, if you have other feedback on the wordsmithing, if you could please let me know in the next week, then I will bring the final one at the next board meeting for an actual vote and approval. I do want to clarify for the board, you are being asked to approve the forward-facing external document. The internal working document is, again, really for staff and employees. So that is not something that I believe you would need to vote on, although you certainly could if you wanted to. Happy to answer any other questions about that.
I did have one question that we didn't cover earlier, and it was around the piece around inclusion. I think it maybe is in the more operational one, but there was some feedback at the final kind of review session that I was able to hear around really specific to special education and inclusive practices, which is different than creating environments of inclusion for everyone feeling included and like they belong, right? So, and what that table group came to was that really should belong under instruction, making sure that our instruction is accessible and that students, regardless of where they are on that continuum, are able to participate as fully as possible. So I was curious. I need to look at every single word, but I saw it more in the operational and less in the language of the front facing. And if I've missed it, I just wanted to say, I want to just make sure that we don't miss that we put something around our instruction goals around making sure that we are expanding access and getting kiddos, regardless of their ability status, to come to classes in gen ed, do CTE and things like that. So I think that we have some of that like subgroup parity in CTE in the operational version, and I was just curious, did I miss it, or if not, then that was something I wanted to flag.
So I would say that looking at the goal statements, the second one is really around modern, flexible, relevant instruction, which would apply to all students. It does not specifically, I don't feel, call out this idea of inclusionary practices specific to special education students. Goal 3 has really been the one that has been sort of this working one around inclusion. And the goal statement, it really says establish district-wide standard for inclusion, developing common language, data-driven tools to identify and close opportunity gaps for all student populations. That, of course, is inclusive of students with special educational needs. It also is inclusive of students who speak another language at home, students who live in poverty, students who miss the first 3 years of their education. So I think the focus of that goal 3 is closing subgroup opportunity gaps, which I think does include what you're referencing, Director Baker, but I think it's even bigger than that. So if that is not what we're wanting, now is the time that I need to know that. The data metrics are only listed in the working document because those are things that as we go, we will likely find additional things we need to measure and track.
Reading through specifically under the strategic plan goals area, I just noticed there's a lot of acronyms that aren't spelled out. I just wanted to point that out, that I don't know if we need a key, like how Susan Smith did in the presentation with Wisdom Ridge, and acronym key, or make sure they're spelled out every single time. But I know I was reading through and I was just getting lost in the acronyms and trying to remember what they all stood for, because they weren't spelled out. I'll also say that reading through that, the action items I really liked. For the most part, there's a lot of feedback. There's a lot of formalized gathering of data. I liked the clarity audits, the why clarity audits to measure systemic trust specifically. I noticed that one and thought that was really great.
Just a point of clarification. I believe we have listed out fully all of the acronyms in the public-facing document. There are many acronyms within the professional operational guide because it is designed for staff, but are you wanting them spelled out there as well?
I mean, if I were a new person coming into the district, I think it would be, and I want to be using that to the best of its ability and doing it with fidelity. I think just making sure we're all clear and know what those acronyms mean, that would be, I think that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or feedback at this time?
So what was the time frame that you wanted any feedback back to you by is it the end of this week?
Well, it'd be really helpful to certainly have it by Monday so that when we have agenda setting next Tuesday, I can share with you where we're at.
Everybody good with that by Monday?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, we do have executive session tonight. Do you know how much time we're going to need?
Oh, probably more than any of us want. So why don't we say 30 minutes?
It's a good starting point.
Danny's reminding me, I'm getting a little tired up here. Yeah, we are requesting 30 minutes in executive session, reviewing performance of employees under RCW 42.30.1101G. It's 8:16. I would recommend a short break. So if we start at 8:20, that would have us returning to general session at 8:50. 850.
I move that we go into executive session after a brief recess for 30 minutes for the stated purpose, returning at 8:50 PM.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries. Yep. I'm gonna do the same.
Lemonade.
I can drink lemonade, I just would prefer water. If you have water, yeah. I do, I just gotta go find one. Thank you. Water and you wanna know what's really funny is my water bottle that I usually carry has a California sticker on it because that's where I grew up. And I love California poppies, and I do not bring it here because of how many people hate California that I'm worried it will show up on here.
I bring mine and I'm like, I think about it every time I take a sip.
So I like literally
Get your water bottle with like a Ridgefield
I
sticker on it.
know. I know. I'll just open the door and get it.
We are still in executive session. We're going to extend it another 10 minutes. We'll be out at 9 o'clock. Okay, we are still in executive session. I'm going to extend it 15 minutes. We'll be out at 9:15. It's okay. Okay, we are out of executive session. There was no action taken, and this meeting is adjourned.